Slowly. So I think the that's not really. I think that
Annotation అన్న పేరు లీడ్ ఇండియా దాని కింద టాపిక్ పెట్టేసినారు దాన్ని పెట్టేసినారు.
అసలు ఏం ఆలోచిస్తున్నారు హరీష్ నాకేం అర్థమవుతున్నారు మీకు
అసలు ఇంత సెన్స్ లేకపోతే ఎట్లాగా అదేంటది ఈ టైటిల్ అంతమంది ఎలా ఇచ్చినప్పా ఇలా ఇచ్చినప్పుడు ఈ టైటిల్ ఉంది లీడ్ ఇండియా అని టైటిల్ ఉంటుంది ఆ లోగో ఉంటుంది అది కాదయ్యా మన స్టిప్ తో సహా వస్తుంది ఇట్లయితే ఏమైనా అవుతుంది సూపర్ సెల్ ఫోన్ చూడటం తెలుస్తుందా
ఇదే గ్యాప్ తీసుకొని పక్కన
ముందు పెట్టి అది లోపల ట్రై చేస్తాం
ఉండదు ఇంకేమో తీసుకోవచ్చు ఇది లోపల పక్కన ట్రై చేసుకోవచ్చు వచ్చేసి ఇట్లా పక్కన లీడ్ ఇండియా ఫస్ట్ వస్తుంది దాని తర్వాత వస్తుంది లేకుంటే మొత్తం స్క్రీన్ అంతా ఆకుపోతుంది టెక్స్ట్
వచ్చినా
ఇందులో ఎంబెడింగ్ రావట్లేదు దీనికి మన టీవీ జూమ్ ఇచ్చేస్తున్నాడు దానికి మన టీవీ జూమ్ లింక్
వాళ్ళ పంపించారు
మన టీవీ ప్రైవేట్ అక్కడ పెట్టినది వస్తున్నాను ఇది ఫోన్కి అదే రెండు అందులో ఇస్తున్నాయా ఇప్పుడు జూమ్ ఏమో మనకు ఎడిటింగ్ కోసం కావాలి కదా బీమిక్స్ లోకి ఇది కావాలి కాబట్టి ఇది ఇచ్చేస్తా వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చేది అక్కడ మన టీవీ అక్కడ చూడు అక్కడ వెళ్తున్నాం వాళ్ళ మొత్తం సెటప్ చేసేస్తారు చెక్ చేయండి దాంట్లో
YouTube Studio something. YouTube link రావట్లేదు studio.youtube.com
లీడ్ ఏమో
కాషాయం
ఒక
కలర్
నిమిషం నేను చూస్తాను.
ఇండియా ఏమో గ్రీన్ కలర్ లో రావాలి సెట్ అవుతుంది ఫాంట్ నేను చెప్తాను
ఆల్రెడీ ముగ్గురు చూస్తూనే ఉన్నారు కదా, ముగ్గురు చూస్తూనే ఉన్నారు. ఇస్తున్నా.
ఎంతసేపు లైఫ్ సార్ మీరు చేస్తారా లైఫ్ పొలిటికల్ డిబేట్
చూడండి.
హలో నమస్తే.
సార్
ఉమ్.
అరవింద్ ఆలిశెట్టి అంటే ఎవరు సార్?
నమస్తే.
హెడ్ ఫోన్స్ ఉన్నాయి సార్. హెడ్ ఫోన్స్ ఏం తెలుసు? సార్ గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్ సార్.
యా గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్. నమస్తే.
నమస్తే సార్. సార్ ఇంకా హరి పనపల్లి వాళ్ళు ఇంకా ఎవరు ఆన్లైన్ లో లేరు సార్.
ఓకే.
షో ఇప్పుడే లాగిన్ అయ్యాను. ఇంకొక హాఫ్ అన్ అవర్ లో అందరు జాయిన్ అవుతారు సార్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ.
థ్యాంక్ యూ.
ಇದೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತು ನೋಡು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಟೀ ಕುಡಿತಾರೆ. Namaste, Subramaniam sir.
Hello, Namaste.
Namaste, sir. How are you, sir? Yeah.
Fine, thank you. So, where are you participating from?
Belagavi, sir.
Belagavi, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All good. I mean,
All good,
there are a lot
all
of
good.
rains, I said. I
Yes, sir,
understand
yes,
that there
sir.
are a lot
Heavy,
of
heavy.
rains.
Yeah, a lot of rains. Yes.
Okay. So, good. I think I just wanted to test whether the system is working well.
Yeah, yes.
We'll
Clear.
catch up. Huh?
Clear, we'll catch up. Yes.
Good morning.
Namaste, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Very Siddhappa here. Very nice.
Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you, sir.
So, Dr. Subramaniam, I just saw your missed call. Yeah, KCR, good morning, good evening.
సార్ చెప్పండి సార్.
Yes, మనకి Facebook. Rand, I sent you the password for the Facebook already.
స్టార్ట్ అయింది సార్, అది దాంట్లో లైవ్ ఇస్తున్నాం.
Okay, so you have my live and Lead India live, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do we have the YouTube link yet or no?
YouTube link. I'm sending. Yeah, sending, sir.
Okay, please. Thank you. Lighting anta paraleda?
Nice.
బాగుంది సార్. ఓకే, బాగుంది.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Good evening, sir.
Hello, sir. So, good morning, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. Welcome, welcome.
So, we are pleasure to have Dr. Kari Siddhappa, sir, is Vice Chancellor. I think you might have.
Yeah. We just greeted each other, and it's wonderful to see him. And
So
we
one of
have
the largest university in India, sir. The number of affiliated colleges which got engineering colleges, the
Yes.
Visvesvaraya Technology University is the one of the largest.
Excellent. Nice meeting you, sir.
Yeah.
And he's a very dynamic and very proactive Vice
Yeah, no,
Chancellor.
sir.
I could say that in my brief interactions, he's a man of action. Actually, he just commits and delivers it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for.
I need KCR, my host privilege.
Sir, namaste.
Namaste, KCR. Host privilege kavali.
Okay, sir. Sir.
Yeah, yeah. So grant to Keshav,
Okay.
Vaishnavi, Ram from Liberty,
Raskupil.
Keshav, Vaishnavi, Liberty Foundation, Ram. Then we have Raju Katakam, Srinivas Komatpalli, Sir, Dr. Maram, do you know how to operate the Zoom?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so Dr. Maram, sir, watch whoever is coming into the waiting room and you admit them.
I also kept one of my technical team.
Okay, if they are online, just have them give their ID so that they can do the help for us.
Yeah, no problem.
Good morning.
Good morning. Actually, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Too. Yes.
How are you?
Do I have the screen share now? Not yet. So we have 9 minutes to go. Lalesh, I need the screen share option. Good afternoon, Professor Manuel. How are you? KCR still do not have the host privilege.
సార్ మీకు ఒకసారి ఫోన్
చెప్పండి.
మీకు ఫోన్లో వస్తుంది.
ఫోన్ వస్తుందా?
Good evening, Hari.
Good evening, sir. How are you? Welcome.
Very fine, thank you. I just testing my audio.
Yes, looking good. You're sounding good. Yeah, KCR, tell me. చెప్పండి.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening.
Namaste, sir. Namaste. Karishitappa here. Namaste.
Namaste.
Good evening, Morris.
Good evening. Hey. Good seeing you.
Good seeing you too. So I just thought this will also check our respective audios, and also we could say compliments to each other.
Yes. We have a couple of more minutes.
Yeah.
for
Good
us to
evening,
get
everyone.
started.
Good evening, everyone on the panel.
Good evening. Good evening. So Raju,
Good evening, sir. Good evening. Good evening.
Raju, you are on. We need your help working with back office KCR. And Keshav, do we all the MCs are in? Keshav?
Yes, I'm here.
No, rest of the MCs are here.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Vaishnavi, check in please. And Sai is here. So just a quick update, MCs. The minister is going to be around 7:30, and we will manage accordingly. He's with the Prime Minister in a meeting right now. So they just sent me a message that his ETA is around 7:30. We will get started. So not good. This is not good. Yeah, ఇది సరిగ్గా రావట్లేదు కదా ఆఫ్ చేసే అయితే నో ప్రాబ్లం థ్యాంక్ యూ
Good to see you again, Blasenka.
Good to see you, Maurice. I'm here at home, not at the office.
Neither am I.
Yeah.
So life is a bit less hectic since you stepped down. What is it, 2 weeks ago as minister?
Yes, just a couple of weeks ago. I think it's 22nd of July. So, but yes, I'm not at a vacation because I'm preparing for my old new position. But nevertheless, I feel rather good.
Well, you have done a very good job as a minister in very difficult times, right? Not just in Croatia, but in Europe with the European Council for Ministers.
I think we do. Yes, we did it. And actually, it was the one thing what we planned, what we had planned before the presidency, and then because of the COVID, we actually overturned everything and all our priorities. And but finally, I'm happy with what we succeed so far.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
So we're starting in 1 more minute, sir.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಕೂಡ ଏଇଟା ଏମିତି ଗଡ଼େଇଲେ କ'ଣ ମୁଁ ଜାଣିଗଲି ଓହୋ ଏଇଟା ଅଛି ସରି ଏଇଟା ଚାଲିଛି
Okay. KCR, we are going live now. Ready?
Ready, sir.
1, 2, 3. Yes. Yes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to this interesting seminar, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Memorial Global Webinar, Demystifying the New Education Policy, Impact on the Future of Indian Education System, organized by Lead India Foundation USA, JNTU Hyderabad, Vishwesvaraya Technological University, JNTU Anantapur. I would like to thank our co-hosts, and also I would like to welcome all the speakers, guests, and viewers around the globe. So we are going live today, August 8th, Saturday, 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Time, 2 p.m. London Time, 3 p.m. Spain Central Time, and 11 p.m. ACT Australian Time. Again, my name is Dr. Hari Panapali. I'm the chairman of the Lead India Foundation and chairman of the CIC Group, and also Vice President, Financial Policy Council, advisor to Alternate Development Organization, advisory board member, Al Khalifa Business School, who is one of our partners today, an MIT Sloan EPGM graduate. And also I'm the chairman and global ambassador for the JNTU Hyderabad Alumni Association. I would like to welcome you all to this very important webinar on demystifying the new education policy, impact on the future of education in India. So today we have very prominent guests. We're going to have the chief guest of today's webinar is Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank, is the Cabinet Minister of Education, Government of India, and myself, Dr. Hari Panapali, Chairman, Lead India Foundation. I'm going to be your host today. And our inaugural address is going to be by Dr. Achyuta Samanta, Member of the Parliament and very big educationist and also big fan of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Our guest of honor, Shri R. Subramaniam, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Social Justice, Government of India. Then we have distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Blaženka Bojan, former Minister, Science and Education, Croatia, Professor Karisidappa, Vice Chancellor, Vishwesvaraya Technological University, Professor Maurits van Rooyen, Chief Academic Officer, Global University Systems, London, UK, Professor Srinivas Kumar, Vice Chancellor, JNTU Anantapur, Dr. Sunil Rai, Vice Chancellor, UPES, Dehradun. Our valedictory keynote speaker, Professor Manuel Freire Garbal from University of Santiago, Spain. And we have distinguished guest speakers, Ms. Manoranjana Gupta, Senior Advisor and Consultant, Vedanta Resources from India, Dr. T.V. Kattimani, Member of the New Education Policy from Higher Education, Government of India, Dr. Ruchi Dena, Vice Dean Research, Al Khalifa Business School, London, UK, but she's joining from Dubai today. Professor A. Govardhan, Rector, JNTU, Hyderabad, India, and Dr. Shakila Shamshan, Officer on Special Duty for the New Education Policy, Government of India. Dr. Harikrishna Maram, Digital Brand Ambassador and CEO of Vision Digital India. And we have our technical team supporting us today. Srinivas Guduru, Secretary of Lead India Foundation. Dr. Ram Maruri, Managing Trustee, Lead India Liberty Foundation. Mr. Srinivas Komatpalli, our webmaster for the Lead India Foundation. Mr. Chandrasekhar Kamari, broadcasting this live show from TV5 and Mana TV. And Mr. Lalesh, broadcasting this show live from TV5 and Mana TV. And our MCs for today is Ms. Vaishnavi Chipa from Fremont, California, and we have Shreya Vanga from Dayton, Ohio, Sai Gujay from Sacramento, California, and Mr. Keshav Jwalapuram from Edison, New Jersey. So let's welcome all these people who are going to be part of this historic webinar. And we have a lot of media and supporting organizations. Our primary media partner is Mana TV, TV5. And our primary supporting organizations are the CIC Group, Liberty Foundation, Al Khalifa Business School, NRI Wala, Vision Digital India, Spandana Foundation, Alternate Development Organization, Stand for the Nation, Digiton, and we have more media partners, Voice Today, V5 News, Janam Sakshi, Top Telugu TV, Free Press, US1, Sakshi, Radio Aid, News 9, BCN News, GK TV, GNN TV, and NRI Radio, Navateja Television. So they are all broadcasting this show, and there's millions of people will be watching this show today. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. And I would like to one more time welcome you all. So today it's going to be an interesting discussion. The government of India came up with this new education policy after 34 years. And they already announced it. And here we're going to discuss what are the pros and cons and what are the implementation challenges. And the outcome of this webinar, we will publish the proceedings and submit to the various governments, organizations so that they can positively consider to address some of the recommendations coming out of this. Let me take a couple of minutes to introduce the Lead India Foundation. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the 11th President of India, initiated the Lead India movement to transform youth into responsible citizens and engage them in developing the nation. The Lead India Foundation is a brainchild of Dr. Kalam's Vision 2020 and founded with a mission to provide affordable quality healthcare, affordable quality education, preserve and protect the planet for future generations, and develop spiritual families to establish peace and harmony in the society. The Vision 2020 has a lot of interesting milestones, and it created a roadmap to see India as a developed nation. So one interesting aspect of that is called PURA, providing urban amenities in rural areas. It has 4 pillars. The PURA connectivity has got electronic connectivity, health connectivity, education connectivity, and grid independent energy connectivity, which will lead into financial connectivity and develop the nation holistically, reduce migration of rural population into overcrowded urban areas. This is what Dr. Kalam felt. And then he also realized the potential of human resources of India. Population of India is 65% of them are below 35 years, 55% of them are below 25 years, and 35% are below 15 years. Average working age of an Indian will be starting this year, 29 years. Every 1 in 5 in the world will be of Indian origin working. So he felt if we do not transform them into responsible citizens through value-based leadership training program with morals and ethics, it will be a disaster for India and to the world. So today's problem, what we have seen is COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the global economy, healthcare, education, energy, employment due to restricted mobility. This created an opportunity and undeniable challenge like reduced productivity, increased unemployment, and reduced liquidity in the marketplace. This pandemic has had devastating impacts on the global rural economy. It has affected the lives of farmers, weavers, masons, and so many daily wage earners alike. In order to help revive the rural economy, it is important that we prioritize our public health system, our education system, encourage the development of both small and medium scale industries, connect the newly unemployed with the talent-seeking industries, and eventually restore the lives of all who were affected severely by the COVID-19. I'm glad to see that Government of India acted very quickly to come up with the new education policy to empower the youth of India so that they can have the skills needed to compete in the Industry 4.0 with the rest of the world. So I just want to share some quick numbers about the corona pandemic as of today. It's a total of almost 19.5 million people worldwide affected by corona, 725,000 people dead. Just in the USA, 5 million people affected by corona and 165,000 people dead. The second position is in Brazil, almost 3 million people affected, close to 100,000 people dead. India has reached the third position, 2.1 million people affected and close to 43,000 people dead. So this is very sad and this is continuing. We do not see an end to it, and only way to prevent is social distancing and following the corona guidelines and taking immunity boosting kind of food and medications to protect yourself, your friends, neighbors, and family members. The corona also has a global impact. It's projected that cost of COVID-19 is about $82 trillion over the next 5 years. 2 out of every 5 jobs lost may not come back in the same. So that's the reason we need to have a new education policy, skill development, and reskilling of the people. This will definitely increase the gap in the society. COVID-19 will hit hard the cities of developing countries, and the financial impact is it's going to reduce the liquidity in the marketplace and increase the cost of borrowing. The technology impact of corona is a healthier digital lifestyle, the one we are enjoying now through Zoom and other online sessions. The regulatory barriers will fall, a boon to virtual reality, especially in the education field, an opportunity for innovation, result in stronger domestic supply chains, increased e-commerce and online shopping. During the health and education side, rise in use of telemedicine, rise in virtual online education, and governments becoming big pharma. As you can see, India has become the headquarters for supplying the hydroxychloroquine and other medications. Science reigns in again. There will be a lot of research to prevent the pandemics like this in the future. And the impact on the government side, virtual assemblies, virtual parliaments, and virtual Congress sessions is going to be a reality. Big governments will come back. Inequality gap widens in the society, lead to political uprising. Electronic voting and voting by mail will be a norm. Revived trust in institutions and online transactions that will increase. From a lifestyle point of view, virtual office, virtual education will be a reality. Less communal dining, parties, and visiting to places of worships will be minimal. Big impact on active life and health. So we better take care of ourselves, move around, exercise as much as possible. Improved environment, clean air, clean water. We can see the Himalayas from the Jalandhar. So that is a very positive thing. The river Ganga is flowing very clean. There are pros and cons for everything. So I think we need to take a look at, address the issues, the problems, and at the same time, enjoy the positiveness of what Corona has done. It has brought close to the nature, and most of the time, the problems are created because the human race is drifting away from the nature. So what is today's problem on the education side? As I said before, COVID-19 has restricted students' mobility from attending classes on campus due to health concerns, which increase the demand for online education. Pandemic has created an opportunity and an undeniable challenge to teach online and upskill the teaching staff. Inclusive blended learning can enable partnerships between institutions of developed and developing countries to share content and resources to offer affordable quality education at scale. This has been a dream of my mentor, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the former president of India and chief mentor of Lead India Foundation, who proposed a Vision 2020 roadmap to see India as a developed nation by 2020. I think we are heading in that direction in a positive way, and Corona will definitely accelerate that. From the current state of education, educational institutions is restricted to a completely virtual environment with heavy reliance on virtual platforms like Zoom. Professors struggle to adapt learning materials and to administer exams virtually. Students have lost hands-on access to labs and research facilities. Universities are in danger of bankruptcy, especially not able to attract international students. Facing many structural disadvantages, for example, access to high-speed internet, especially in the developing countries, and underprivileged students in developed nations as well. Impact of travel restrictions and visa policy changes on foreign students entering into US and other countries. Hands-on learning has been jeopardized by remote learning, especially in the engineering and medicine field. Financial implications on universities that are struggling to justify high tuition costs. Highlighting importance of technology proficiency in an increased digitized world. This is the opportunity. An increase in access to affordable and high quality education through online learning at scale. Another opportunity is for cross-cultural learning and resource sharing between universities around the world, opportunity for partnerships among developed and developing country institutions. Using online learning tools to upskill and reskill low-skilled workers to prepare for Industry 4.0 at a minimal cost using technology. And what is the call for action today? Conceive and implement policies to offer affordable quality education at scale. Maximize the utilization of technology to connect developed and developing countries. Use innovative methods like virtual reality to provide hands-on learning opportunities. I request all the eminent speakers of this global webinar today to propose solutions so that the governments can act fast to deregulate and enable academic institutions so continue to teach. The government of India has already acted, and most of you are familiar with the new education policy. And if you could look at it in a positive sense, identify the pros that it's going to deliver, and also the challenges in implementing this humongous change after 34 years in India. And the foreign speakers, whereas other countries who are joining today, please share your experiences when you implemented such a gigantic plan, especially Blizanka from Croatia. She just completed the implementation of their reforms. That would be wonderful to share so that Government of India can look into those challenges and plan ahead to not to make the same mistakes. So I'll share a few highlights and I'll leave it to you, all the experts, about the new education policy. Based on my review here, the new education policy is a new structure, will be 5+3+3+4. And 10+2 board structure is dropped. New school structure will be again 5+3+3+4. Any degree will be of 4 years. Up to 5 preschool, 6 to 8 will be middle school, 8 to 11 will be high school, and 12 onwards graduation. 6th standard onwards vocational courses will be available. From 8th to 11th students can choose subjects. All graduation courses will have major and minor. All higher education will be governed by only one authority, UGC, AICTE will be merged. All universities, including government and private, open universities, deemed universities, vocational centers, all will have same rules and grading system. New teacher training board will be set up for all kinds of teachers in countries, so no state can change the rules. some level of accreditation to any college, same level of accreditation to any college based on its rating. College will get autonomous rights and funds. New basic learning program will be created by government for parents to teach children up to 3 years in home for preschool, 3 to 6 years. Multiple entry and exit from any course. All schools exams will be semester-wise twice a year. The syllabus will be reduced to core knowledge of any subject. Credit system for graduation. For each year, student will get some credits which can be utilized if student takes break in a course and come back again to complete the course. More focus on student practical and application knowledge. All the graduation course feed of all universities will be governing single authority with capping on each course. Now we can hope our education system will be on par with the modern countries, and also future of our children will be right. For any graduation course, if students complete only 1 year, he will get a basic certificate. If he completes 2 years, he or she will get a diploma certificate. And if he or she completes full course, then they will get degree certificate. So no year of any student will have wasted if break of course is between. So there will not be any wastage of any type of learning. So I would like to also share the governments should consider to prepare this education system to meet the requirements of the Industry 4.0. For example, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, genetic testing, 5G technology, which is going to open enormous amount of opportunities for new usages. Augmented and virtual reality, cyber security is going to rise because of the access to online. Autonomous and electronic vehicles, smart cities. These are some of the interesting areas in the Industry 4.0 require a lot of skilling and reskilling. So hope the government of India will consider this kind of things in their curriculum. So today again, we're going to have the inaugural keynote address by Dr. Achyuta Samantha. And we're going to have the guest of honor, Dr. R. Subramaniam, IAS, who was the former Secretary for the Department of Education. Now he is in the Department of Social Justice. And we will have our chief guest, the Education Minister of India, Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank. So he's in a meeting with the Prime Minister. So as soon as he comes, he's going to join us. So with this, I would like to welcome all of you one more time and make it a meaningful session so that we discuss the issues, the concerns, the challenges, and also the merits. Our goal is to sync the Indian education system to compete with the global education system. Right now, most of the students of India are going abroad to study. Now the trend has to reverse. The people from all other countries should come to India to learn using this new education model the government of India is proposing. Let's do our best to make it a globally competing education system or superior to any other country. I would like to welcome you all. So MCs, we are ready.
You, Dr. Hari. Before we continue with today's program, I would like to take a few moments to highlight Dr. Hari's experience. Dr. Hari Epanopoulos is a financial services professional, an entrepreneur, and a philanthropist with a passion for healthcare, education, and the environment. His mission has been to transform youth into responsible citizens to establish a peaceful society for harmonious living. He received his B.Tech in mechanical engineering from JNTU Hyderabad, a master's in computer science from New Jersey Institute of Technology, and completed an executive program in general management from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He's an entrepreneur, keynote speaker, investor in disruptive technology companies, and serves as chairman of the board for the CIC group of Quibble Genomics Institute. He's a visionary, mentor, founder, and chairman of the Lead India and Liberty Foundation, advisor to Alternate Development Organization in Norway, and the founding board member of the Financial Policy Council. He serves on the boards of several for-profit and nonprofit organizations. Dr. Hari Panopoulos worked closely with the 11th President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, on the Lead India movement since 2008. He's the founding chairman of the Lead India Foundation. Lead India is a brainchild of Dr. Kalam's Vision 2020 and founded with the mission to provide affordable quality healthcare, affordable quality education, preserve and protect the planet for future generations, to develop spiritual families, to establish peace and harmony in the society. Now let's have a warm welcome for Dr. Hari Panopoulos to continue today's global webinar.
Thank you. Thank you, Vaishnavi, for a warm welcome. So our inaugural keynote address will be delivered by Dr. Achyuta Samanta. Let me have the honor of introducing him. Dr. Achyuta Samanta went on to serve KIIT as its first chancellor and has had the distinction of being the youngest chancellor of any Indian university. He served University Grants Commission as a member for 2 consecutive terms from 2008 to 11 and from 2011 to 14. He was the member of the Executive Committee of All India Council for Technical Education, AICTE. He was also a member of several other Government of India bodies. He has been a member of the Academic Council of Central University, Silchar, Assam, and the Central University, Odisha. He was the first Indian to be member of both UGC and AICTE simultaneously. Presently, he is the General President of Indian Science Congress Association. He has delivered nearly 100 motivational speeches, including convocations and foundation day lectures in different institutions and organizations across the country and the globe. He is presently elected Member of Parliament for Lok Sabha. And the profile goes on and on, but very delighted and honored to have Dr. Achyuta Samanta to address this August gathering with his inaugural keynote. Dr. Samanta, welcome.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Hariji, the chairman of the Lead India Foundation. I am very much happy in the midst of all the distinguished honorable speakers and guests on this Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Global Webinar happening on this new education policy. So thank you, Dr. Hariji, for giving me this opportunity. And this, as you have already told in your welcome speech about this new education policy, as we all know that India is a very developing country. In the last few years, in the age of globalization, many good developments are happening, and also many good things are added. Many good things are given new shape under this present government, particularly I can say also the education. Similarly, we all know the India is a very huge country with 1.3 billion population. And the beauty of India is the unity in diversity, and in spite of or irrespective of caste, creed, religion, language, dialects, food habits, living condition, because of the hugeness of this entire India. And we also know at the same time that education plays very important role for shaping any child, or education plays very important role to make the prosperity of any country, any nation, any society, or any, even I can say the family. Similarly, as far as I know, that the more stronger the education system, the more stronger that country, etc. That's why now we all now look at the US and the Europe, and the millions of students from India are going to US and Europe and for their higher study or school education, because they are very strong in education system. Similarly, India is also strong in education, and it is going to be more stronger after this new education policy. We are very much happy under the chairmanship of Professor K. Kasturi Ranganji, and all the other renowned academician policymakers in that team. They have come out with a very good policy on education 2020, and we are more happy that it has been approved by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, in the last cabinet. Definitely it will be placed in the coming parliament session. So as far as Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Memorial Global Webinar, first I want to pay my respect to his departed soul. And I also quote his comments, who has been telling always, and I am fortunate and honored to meet him several times, that purpose of education is to make good human beings with good skill and expertise. I hope these things has also been taken care of in the new education policy. And there are so many things in new education policy, and I hope all the learned experts present here, they know much better than me. But within these 8 minutes, I will just touch few things. Initially, this education policy is very good to our nation, to all of us. This has become the child-centric policy. The much importance has been given to the children in the school education. In this context, I can cite one sentence. I think God has given 2 eyes to everybody. Education, perhaps the 3rd eye for any child. So if education will be 3rd eye for any child, if this 3rd eye will be more stronger, more improved, then automatically that child will be more stronger, more improved for our nation. As it is the child-centric, much importance, emphasis has been given to the school education. As rightly told by Dr. Hari, that how this has become 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. And this 5 is very unique. That's 3 years is the pre-primary. In India, it is known as the children are getting all these things in the Anganwadi. So pre-primary 3 years and another 2 years started, this 5 years is so important. And this new education policy has emphasized to take care of these 5 years in the pre-primary or primary school level, giving all facilities to the children. Even they have the plan to give the breakfast, and also the lunch is already being given, and nutritious food by which there will be good growth of the children. We all know that India is also little bit poor, and poverty and hunger and other things are also happening in the rural area. Millions of children are taken care of in the rural areas. If these things will happen, definitely there will be good things in education for the children in the coming years. Second thing I can say that 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, the very good system. Instead of monotonous 10 plus 2 going continuously, this 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, if this school education, many good things have been told. If the school education will be strong, then one student or one child will not face any problem in the future for their career or for in the university or the college education. As we all know, suppose for anything, foundation is very strong. If we construct one building also, if the foundation is very strong, sustainable to earthquake, this building can exist. Similarly, in education system, foundation course or the school education should be very strong and should be very emphasized and should be very important, which has been taken care of in this new education policy. So I hope this education policy, if will be implemented in the coming years, definitely it will be good to all of us. And similarly, as rightly told in the introduction speech by Dr. Hariji, that much emphasis have been given in skill education, vocational education. From the standard 6 onwards, it has been very much required. Because you all know, we are telling India is a young country. More than 65% populations are young by 2025 or 2030. If this young population will not be of any use, then it will invite the problems. And this young population is the dividend to our country. If they will be trained properly with skill education, vocational education, quality education, they will be also dividend Otherwise, there will be disaster. So I am happy that in education policy, new education policy from standard 6 onwards, by which one student can see if he or she is not good in the higher education, can opt for this, etc., skill education, etc., and he or she will be employable in any manner, and it will solve the unemployment problem at the same time, and our students will be employment giver rather than employment seeker. These things has also been taken care of in this education policy. Similarly, I am very happy for the first time what we have been thinking for the last 10 to 20 years, that this is not possible in India, like much flexibility, much autonomy have been given in every sphere, be it to the students or to the institutes or to the anything in the education system, it has been given. And I can cite one, two things that how the higher education system has been very nicely framed. We know India is also developing country. Here, students belonging to poor family or middle class family face many hurdles or the struggles during the academic career. So now we are facing, suppose one student gets admitted, if he is break off, his career is doomed. But in the new education policy, so nice, one student if wants to leave after 1 year with certificate, 2 years with diploma, 3 year degree, 4 years with honors or research, etc., and also can join at any point of time when he or she is able to continue the study. At the same time, academic credit bank, we have been thinking. The very nice things it has been given, the flexibility, that academic credit bank, one student if reading in any institute, if he wants, he can study in other institute, JNU, Delhi, etc. So we can add, in shortcut I am telling, one student can add the credit just like bank account throughout the career. Finally, the student can get the certificate from the any university with highest credit from that university. So this type of flexibility, or I can say multiple flexibility, multiple entry, multiple exit point, multiple choice, multidisciplinary university, and so many good things are also being generally cited in this education policy. Besides, good autonomy has been given to institutes and also the students. Now institutes will also decide their own things, and this approval, affiliation, all these things will be slowly wiped out in a phased manner of 5 to 15 years, and by which the survival is the fittest. The institute, those will perform good in this globalization age. Nobody can fool to any student or any teachers. So automatically things will be better. Similarly, the autonomy has been given to the teachers also. Even I am happy, it is mentioned that school teachers will be free from any other work except teaching. As we know, the school teachers are burdened with so many works. And it is also objective. There should be 100% gross GR, gross enrollment ratio in the school education, and there should be 50% in the higher education target, with the admission of 3.5 crore in the higher education, and to get back the all dropout students in the school education. So many good things have been taken care of, beside giving much emphasis National Research Foundation. There should be research foundation, and research should be augmented, and emphasis has also been given. And in this context, if we see, there are so many good things, including, I can say, for the first time, the sports have been included into the academics. Sports also very important on the part of any child and in the society or any universities. So sports has been also given very much importance, and sports has been as a career. So all the students, those are poor but good at sports, they can also take the sports as a subject, and they can also have all the flexibility, everything in this regard. So as the India is unity in diversity, similarly national education policy is also unity and diversity. So one student can opt many course, many programs, can have many credits from different universities, etc. Finally, the students can get the certificate from the university where he or she has the highest credit. So in this regard, definitely, I hope the future of education for India will be very good. And at the same time, I hope all these things should be implemented in true sense in the coming years. We are very much hopeful that our Honorable Minister for Higher Education, HRD Pokhriyal is very much active in this regard. And because of him also, and the blessings of Honorable Prime Minister of India, this new education policy has come up so quickly, and they have covered vastly across the India, starting from a layman up to the policymaker. So they have taken care of so many. It has a huge reforms in the education system in India, and it will help international job education, bring and money affiliation, coordination, MOU, all these things to the international. So many autonomy have been given to all the educational institutions and the university. I wish definitely this will be very good for all of us and for our own country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Achyuta. You shared a lot of information. I think one of the Dr. Kalam's dream was to generate as many Bharat Ratnas as possible. He, being born in a small fisherman village called Rameshwaram, became an aeronautical engineer, a rocket scientist, a missile scientist, and received the highest civilian honor, Bharat Ratna, and became the President of India. So having worked with him, you understand his goal was to provide this affordable quality education so that everybody can excel in their life and earn their living respectfully rather than depending on the government. If the people can pursue their passion, they can excel in their life. I think this new education policy is going to enable them to take the courses that they need, that they are interested, and they are very passionate about. I think success is, I can see that very, very near future. Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful message and joining us from Odisha today. So let me have the honor of introducing our next speaker, the guest of honor, Dr. R. Subramaniam, IAS, has assumed the charge of Secretary in the Department of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. He is responsible for implementing various programs, schemes for social, educational, and economic development of target groups. Previously, he was also the Secretary in the Department of Higher Education. He also worked in Department of Rural Development, where he was in charge of Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. He served in many important positions in the government of Andhra Pradesh before the division happened between Telangana and Andhra. He was instrumental in implementing Indirama, a massive program for providing houses to all the urban and rural poor. He did his MBA in International Business from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade and further studied MSc in Macroeconomics from University of Bradford, UK, on Commonwealth Fellowship. It's my honor and privilege to invite Dr. R. Subramaniam to deliver his address to this global webinar, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Memorial. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome, sir.
Dr. Hari and a very learned panel who are addressing this webinar today. I pay respects to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam to start whatever I wanted to say. A person with great vision, leadership, and great humanism. Friends, today the national education policy has been announced by government, and this is going to be a big landmark in the education history of the country. Because any education policy is a statement of the collective vision of the nation. It's a statement about its socio-cultural future of the country and its people. And it has got deep ramifications for the economy and for the general well-being of the people as a whole. So therefore, it is very natural that the national education policy, when it is formulated, it had to be a very deeply consultative process with the participation of all the stakeholders. And this is one sector which touches virtually every single household in this country, whether directly or indirectly. So the national education policy has started, the origin of the policy has started in 2014, immediately after the government under the leadership of Mr. Modi has taken charge. So it took a grueling 6 years of painstaking consultative process. And during this process, it has reached all the habitations in the country. You will be surprised to know that nearly 6 lakh villages have participated in this process. Not only villages, the urban areas, the academicians, the workers, the students, the teachers. So it was a very deep consultative process. And my friend, Dr. Shekila Shamshu, I can see her in the panel, and she will be able to tell a lot more about it because she was part of this process right from the beginning. So I would say that because of this tremendous amount of consultative process, it would not be exaggeration to say that this is a landmark event for the country. And I can tell you one thing, that in a democratic country like India, where everybody is free to express their opinion, for a consensus to develop itself is a monumental success. Friends, this policy has been built on a magnum opus work done by a committee headed by Dr. Kasturi Rangan. I can see Professor Katimani on the panel. He was also one of the members, and Professor Shamshu was its secretary. So this committee has done phenomenal amount of work, done a lot of consultation. They studied best models across the world. And then they produced a huge book of, running to 480 plus pages. So I had the chance to receive this report, I put it on the public domain. And then when everybody was weighing the book, then they said that no, policy has to be a lot more concise. So it was my chance at that time as the secretary of the education to ponder through this big report and then bring out the essence into about 63 pages. And in this process, I must thank Professor Manjul Bhargav and again Professor Shekila Shamshu, people who have done enormous amount of contribution to this process of bringing it down to a very precise, concrete, and readable policy. I don't know why Professor Manjul Bhargav is not on this panel. I think he has, from Princeton, he has, as you know, he is a very reputed mathematician, and he has played a huge role in this national education policy coming. Friends, today, after all this effort, we have this very transformatory policy with us. As Mr. Samanta has mentioned, this is a policy which would turn the entire situation in India towards a much more positive, open, inquisitive, research-oriented education system. Friends, so much has already been stated about various elements of NEP. I think last several weeks, there is not a single day when the entire press, entire media talked about NEP in great detail. So I don't want to go into the fundamentals. Our Prime Minister himself has spoken in great detail about the significance of the policy and its provisions. So I can't do a better job than that. So I would like to focus more on implementation side of the NEP. But before I come there, I would be failing in my duty unless I state how the NEP is deeply equity focused. The current classroom and the teaching process in India unwittingly breeds an unequal society. It is essential to realize that the classroom is a heterogeneous entity with students coming from various academic attainment levels, various cultural backgrounds, various linguistic backgrounds, and they're all trying to pursue the same course. Unfortunately, our teaching process and the attention in the class is usually fixed on the avid learners, people who are very active in the class. The backbenchers who have to cover greater distance to catch up with others usually get a cold shoulder. As a result, we have seen a few who are excelling and a large majority who are condemned to below average level academic attainment levels. So this inequity that is reflected in the classrooms would automatically get carried forward into the real life. The NEP, therefore, having recognized this, has devoted 2 chapters of the entire policy only on bringing in more equitous education system, more inclusive education system. The emphasis has been given for providing universal access to pre-primary education by adding 3 years to the current schooling system. Currently, current schooling system is only 12 years. They added 3 years before that, making it 15 years of schooling. And this is one of the most important changes that NEP has brought. As you know, in the urban areas, who have access to, the people who have access to pre-primary education, they start with a major advantage when they enter the school, the formal schools. And the rural areas, which do not have this access, they always start with a disadvantage. And it is like running a race where one person is starting 500 meters ahead of the others. So this inequitous situation, the new education policy tries to rectify by making it universal. Everybody must have an access to pre-primary education. And this is a wonderful thing for the country, and I'm sure the future looks good. Friends, now that NEP has come out, celebrations are all over. Many are saying that, well, the wait is over. Not quite, I think. The wait actually begins now. The wait is for seeing how it gets implemented, how it gets translated into action, and for the millions of the students, their parents and their well-wishers. The NEP, therefore, is only, unless it is translated into action, for them it is only a clutch of papers till it becomes a reality and then becomes beneficial for them and for the nation. So how do we go about this, and what are the challenges that we face in this process? I would like to focus on that. So I'm being very practical, focusing on implementation part, not on the general elements of education policy, which I'm presuming that everybody would have read it. I would like to focus on 5 challenges. First challenge is to have a management plan. We need to understand which of the provisions of the NEP has to go into implementation first and which can wait. This is therefore, there is a sequence which is laid out in the NEP document as to which will come first and which will go later. And if the sequence is spoiled, then it will end up with significant failures or a lot of confusion. So having a management plan is very important first. Second thing is that you need to have a management system for implementation. This is actually redrawing the educational map of the country. And therefore, this requires a competent management system, an implementation process with professional and expert groups working on each field. Friends, in this regard, I would like to state that a comprehensive exercise had already been done, and a document called EQUIP, that is Education Quality Upgradation and Inclusion Project, has been prepared by the Ministry of Education now, which looked at implementing the policy provisions across 10 different spheres. Many experts, including Dr. Kasturirangan himself, has participated in this implementation plan. And I think this implementation plan could be actually one which we can really have a look at it and take it forward. The third thing that needs to be done is that we need to manage investments. Friends, public investment in education has been one of the most debated topic, not only in India, across the world. And there are many schools of thought, and then many people, whether the higher education is a public good. Primary education, of course, everybody recognizes it as a public good, but on the higher education, there are so many debates. But it is unfortunately, the public investment into education has been much debated, but least acted upon, definitely in this country. Whereas the requirements for a transformatory plan would require a quantum jump in investments, which has to be led by the central government. The fiscal elasticity of the government is also very limited, especially with the situations that we are facing now. So there is little bit of fiscal inelasticity to provide these resources. So on one hand, we require large quantum of resources. On the other hand, we have fiscal inelasticity. So this quagmire has to be resolved if we want to move forward. And we need to find out options of using funds from the alternative funding mechanisms. Something like use now, pay later mode. We have to explore. Fortunately, Ministry of Education is already having one functioning, what is called the Higher Education Financing Agency, which can mobilize funds from the market in order to fund education. So this can be used. There could be better alternatives, and they can be tried to. But what cannot be postponed are the need for fresh investments into implementation of this policy. The fourth thing that I would like to state is the management of change. Friends, any transformatory change has to take care of change management. There would be substantial opposition for changing the status quo from all the stakeholders. And this shall be expected, and we should not be taken by surprise. We need to therefore anticipate and act proactively to set at rest the apprehensions which many people may be having about the provisions of the policy. So many people who take to streets shouting slogans have not read the policy document. So we need to take the provisions of the policy to a large number of people, tell them exactly what this is all about. So we need to manage the change. This is very important. That's the fourth point I would like to state. Lastly, last point I would like to state is we have to manage cooperation of all the stakeholders. Our education system is a complex web with many stakeholders. There are state governments, there are private sector. Then we have teachers, and then we have parents, the students. So everybody has a say in this particular system. So we need to work with all the stakeholders and bring their cooperation together. Unless it's a coordinated action, a national effort, then this will remain on paper. That's my fear. So we must get this cooperation of all the stakeholders, that the state governments who own or regulate more than 90% of the schools and colleges will have to commit their full attention. The teachers who are the most important movers of this NEP, they have to be fully in sync with the implementation. And the parents and the students have to understand that the need for change and how to adapt themselves to the revised structure. So friends, I have stated a lot. I know there are a large number of reputed speakers here. I would like to state that the current situation that we are facing has been echoed in the policy, which laid a lot of emphasis on online education. Online education provides a great opportunity to reach out to a large number of learners without walls of financial. It's much cheaper. Geographical proximity is not required. So this is a great opportunity to push online education to the front. However, I would end by a note of caution, saying that while we push the online education, we must keep in view that there is a serious digital divide in this country. The urban areas which have got very high-speed access are very different from the rural areas which are still depending on very low-speed access. And so bridging this digital divide is going to be a challenge which has to be effectively addressed. And there is a need to come up with innovative solutions that everyone can so that everyone can overcome the economic, social, and cultural divide. So I would stop here. I know there is so much of wisdom out here in this panel, and I'm sure we'll all be benefited by it. I would only say that we are on the throes of a completely changed and a new India. And this will happen, and this will happen because of the NEP. Thank you very much, Hari. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Subramaniam, for joining us today. So you are the person who really started this new education policy when you were the secretary, and I had the honor of meeting you in your office. And there's a lot of ideas that you put into this, and more importantly, you worked in different other areas prior to becoming the Secretary of Education, especially on the rural development side, which was the Pura program concept that you fully understand, and the electronic connectivity is the challenge now. Well, Dr. Kalam has predicted this in 2003 itself. Implementing this, and teacher training, as you rightly identified, is a challenge. Some of these things have to be practically looked at, not, I think autonomously to the body which manages this is important. Political and governmental interference will definitely drag this issue to implement in a practical sense. And as you rightly said, stakeholders engagement, especially in US, you have this parent-teacher committees. So where the parents of the students get involved on almost every aspect of the school scheduling and the holidays and all those things. I think that kind of involvement from learned parents and teachers' commitment. My observation is the private teachers get about 1/4 or 1/3 of the salary, but their output is far exceeding than the government teachers thing. And that kind of unionization is there, and they have a lot of resistance for a change. I'm not sure how you're going to deal with that in these circumstances. All these challenges have to be practically looked at, and independently there has to be an autonomous body to oversee this at the state level, at the district level, at the central level as well. I think we need to have an open mind. We cannot have too much regulation on this. Create the framework and make sure that the stakeholders follow the framework. And whenever there's a deviation, that's the time I think the intervention should happen. Otherwise, a lot of freedom has to be given here for creativity, because Indian minds are creative and they've been doing a lot of IT related work, and India has become the destination for human resources. I think engage the technology as much as possible to deliver this solution on the ground. It's a lot of people, 1.3 billion people, and by 2027, we're going to cross China. So in order to prepare for it, and we need to implement this in a very systematic and conscious way. Thank you very much, sir, for joining. Blazanka Devink. MCs, please introduce her.
Professor Blaženka Divjak is a former Croatian minister for science and education. She was chairing EU Council of Ministers for Education and Council of Ministers for Research and Space during her Croatian presidency. She holds a PhD in mathematics and is a full professor at the University of Zagreb, where she served as vice rector for students and study programs. Her area of expertise besides mathematics includes strategic decision-making in higher education, online education, social dimension of HE, curriculum development, assessment of learning outcomes, learning analytics, quality culture in HE, and popularization of science. Let's have a warm welcome for Professor Blaženka Divjak.
Thank you very much for your introduction. And thank you for inviting me. I'm really honored to have opportunity today to address you and share experience gathered during my term as a minister. I finished my term as a minister just a couple of weeks ago, but also my experience as an educator and researcher. I really believe that sharing and co-creating is at the very heart of successful transformation of education, and that good education is a great unifying force all around the globe. There is a widening disparity, as we heard so far, between the technology and talent we need to compete in the fourth industrial revolution. At the same time, we are obliged to give equal opportunities for all children and young people around the globe, and especially in our own countries. Probably you know, Croatia is a beautiful country with a lot of potential, but relatively small in population size, especially comparing to India. And of course, Croatia is the European Union member state. And it is a kind of really good, let's say, opportunity for us to learn from the other European countries. Probably you know that European education area, it is, let's say, something that it is very important for European Union, but each European country is responsible for its own education and training system. So it means that EU policy is designed to support national action and help address some common challenges like COVID-19 pandemics, as we mentioned before, or skills deficit in the workforce or technological development. But at the same time, we have rather good instruments of recognition of qualification along throughout the European Union. As you heard before, Croatia chaired the Council, the European Union, in the first half of this year. So it means that we should we coordinated all these activities around countering the COVID-19 crisis. Especially, it was my job to do it in the scope of education and training, and you can find a lot of data on that online as well. We also, in the first half of this year, we also had a very good discussion on the teachers and trainers for the future, because we know that teachers are actually the cornerstones of every reform, and so that these conclusions are also available. And last document I would like to mention here, it is so-called Zagreb Call for Action on Brain Circulation, because you know that in European Union, as probably in India, there are areas that are better developed with better educational systems and opportunities, and others that are underdeveloped. And I used to say that talents are distributed evenly, but opportunities are not. So we should struggle to give opportunities for all of them. As a minister in the last couple of years, I work on several reforms. Reform of the general education, so first 12 years of schooling, then reform of the vocational education and training, and of course, relevance of higher education and excellence in science. I'm going to just stick to the reform of curricular reform of general education because there is no time to explain all the details of other reforms. So the goals are probably similar to the goals that other countries, and as far as I know, the same is for India, have right now. It is to meet the 21st century needs. So it means to enhance certain competencies like problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, digital skills, informed decision making, and so on, but also to provide equal opportunities for all children. So inclusiveness and student-centeredness is very important in our reform. And last but not the least, to ensure holistic development of every child and a young person, also to be responsible citizens, as you very nicely mentioned before. So we started with our strategy of higher for education and science in 2014. It was adopted by the Parliament, and after that, several drafts of curriculum and documents were prepared. And then finally, we started with so-called experimental phase of curricular reform in 2018. So it means that we started with 5% of schools all around Croatia. So it means the primary, secondary schools in different parts, and we gathered information during this experimental phase of let's say, what are the pluses or minuses that we can monitor, and also to prepare answers to some of the questions. The full launch of the reform in all schools started last year, 2019, and it is going to be step by step and finished in 2022. Let me just emphasize the key success factors. I group these key success factors in 3 groups. The first is strategic framework and leadership. The second one, it is a training and upskilling for teachers, but also other staff and stakeholders as well. And the third one is digital transformation of schools. So in the first one, I would like to especially emphasize that it was important first to adopt the strategy by the Parliament, then it is essential to follow it, but also to update it when necessary. Also, I would like to emphasize that this necessity for the agile lean management. So not something that it is going to be, let's say, very vast, but not very up to the problem. So agile lean management is something that that's important. So monitoring and continuous evaluation of the preparation and implementation, involvement of all stakeholders, but at the same time, a rather strong leadership, also advised by the international and national experts. We use a lot of EU funding, but also EU expertise in that sense. Around training and upskilling, as I said, there were 2 phases, the experimental phase and then the full launch. And before the full launch of the reform, we prepared 1 year of training and upskilling for all teachers. It was a combination of face-to-face, so several face-to-face sessions across the country, at least four sessions for each teacher. But at the same time, it was a continuous online training in virtual classroom using learning management systems. It was about new curricula, teaching and assessment methods, inquiry-based learning, student-centered learning, but also ICT skills should be enhanced. And we really worked a lot, what you said before, on autonomy of teachers, but also autonomy of school. And the last one to mention it is the digital transformation of school. So it means equipment and textbooks, free textbooks for all pupils, students, but also each primary school students, so from the 1st to 8th grade, was given a tablet, laptop for each teacher in all schools, but also all sorts of information systems in school and connectivity as well. ICT education from the very beginning of primary school, and a lot of open shared digital resources and digital textbooks. So it was an immediate benefit from them from this digital transformation of schools, very visible one, because we successfully respond to the COVID-19 pandemic when Croatian education system turned to distant education practically overnight and successfully. And let me mention one risk. As I said, it was important, and you also mentioned that before, communication with all the stakeholders, but we were not so successful in communication with the teacher unions, and they asked for better salaries just due to the more work and training because of the reform. And we experienced strike lasted 16 working days, and finally we, of course, raised the salaries, but I think that we could avoid it, to be honest about it. And to end it with just a few lessons learned. So education reform is a marathon, so we should prepare it as a marathon, not just as a sprint. Then it needs to be strategically planned with long-term view, but flexible adjustments. It should be constantly monitored and assessed. Of course, sufficient resources is a precondition, and a project-based approach with good planning is the most appropriate. Education reform is a learning process itself, learning by doing and continuous problem solving. And finally, I would like to mention co-creation principles, or involvement of various stakeholders. stakeholder groups is crucial to success. Experts, teachers, students, but also parents, general public, international community. Finally, it is all about people, and especially for young people, and that is very important for our future. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Professor Blazanka. Very kind of you to join us today in a short notice, and I would like to thank Professor Moritz for connecting you. And you have a wealth of wisdom and knowledge since you, as a minister, implemented this very successfully, and all the insights you shared, especially the lessons learned, very useful. And taking the agile process, implementing this is what is needed, because in order to avoid mistakes, going step by step is very important. Otherwise, the mistakes will be scaled up, and its recovery will become again a problem. I think doing a proof of concept, maybe at a district level or a state level to start with, establish some of the model scenarios, model schools and model teachers, so that we can test it out. India is a very large country. There are about 650 districts approximately. And if they can set up one model school in every district before they scale up to every nook and corner of the country, would save a lot of headaches in complexity of implementation. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to your leadership and guidance on this mission that India has taken up. If it's possible, we will reach out to you again. Again, have a blessed day and be safe, and continue to serve. Thank you so much. MCs, let's have the next speaker, please.
Professor Karis Siddhappa is currently the Vice Chancellor of VTU Belagavi. The Governor and Chancellor of VTU have appointed Professor Karis Siddhappa as VC for 3 years from the date of assuming charge. During his time as VC, he has engaged in several achievements, such as the introduction of the in-house digital evaluation system, the establishment of VTU skill development centers, and the introduction of the faculty enrichment program, along with the establishment of the Human Resource Development Center. He established centers of excellence in aerospace and defense, water technology and data science technique, manufacturing and testing of lightweight materials, and geospatial technology. Professor Karis Siddhappa strives to make VTU one of the best universities in the world, and to ensure it has a good curriculum and is research-oriented. It is my honor and privilege to invite Professor Karis Siddhappa to speak today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shasho. The Honorable Union Minister of Education, Government of India, Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyalji Nishank in absentia. Honorable Chairman, Lead India Foundation, New Jersey, USA, Dr. Hari Hempanapalli ji. Honorable Member of Parliament from Bhubaneswar, Dr. Achyuta Samanta ji. Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Social Justice, former Secretary of Higher Education, Sri R. Subramaniam ji. Professor Srinivas Kumar, my co-host from JNTU Anantapur. Professor Govardhan, Rector, JNTU Hyderabad. Many keynote speakers, distinguished guest speakers, supporting organizations, media partners, my dear participants, colleagues and authorities from VTU, and ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor, and with simplicity and humbleness, I accepted the invitation of Dr. Hariji to be a part of this on behalf of VTU as co-host. This webinar being arranged by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Memorial Global Webinar to talk about the new national education policy of Government of India 2020 in collaboration with Lead India, USA, and JNTU Hyderabad, JNTU Anantapur, VTU Belagavi. Friends, any education system, whether it is primary or school or college education, will evolve to educate, to encourage, and to enlighten the stakeholders. There could be some repetitions. Please excuse me for the same and take it as revision. Being a teacher, I would like to revise few things on national education policy. As you are aware, the new national education policy 2020 of our country has got three distinct visions. Number one, an education system that contributes to an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all. Secondly, develops a deep sense of respect towards the fundamental rights, duties, and constitutional values, bonding with one's country, and also a conscious awareness of one's role and responsibility in changing the world. Thirdly, instill skills, values, and disposition that supports responsible commitment to human rights, sustainable development, and living and global well-being, thereby reflecting a truly global citizen. In short, our national education policy is trying to build a country with powerful youngsters, simply not being being a human, they want to be human being. That is the kind of setup we are talking about. The national education policy, which has been so debated and all the honorable speaker have mentioned about it, it has been a big news in various media across the globe. And also it had its own impact on all the stakeholders. Talking about the policy and some of the reviews, I will be sharing some of my thoughts in the implementation part. If you look at the 21st century requirements, the quality of education which is required, we need to have quality universities and colleges. In this regard, we need to develop very thoughtful, well-rounded, creative individuals through our quality education system or universities or colleges. We also need to enable the integrated subjects on more specialized areas to attain 21st century capabilities across the range of various disciplines and professionals, technical and vocational subjects as well. To develop character, ethical and constitutional values, intellectual curiosity, scientific temperament, creativity and spirit of service is another goal in or the responsibility of universities and colleges. Enable personal accomplishment and enlightenment, constructive public engagement and productive contribution to the society, societal participation by the stakeholders or the students in general. We need to prepare our students for more meaningful and satisfying lives and also work roles and enable economical independence in them. So to do these kind of activities or to achieve inspiration, we need to have some key changes in the policy or the system. So to achieve these goals, we are trying to move towards multidisciplinary colleges and university. We are moving towards teaching our students in local or Indian languages wherever possible. We are trying to have faculty and institutional autonomy. We are trying to have redesigned or revamped curriculum, various pedagogies, assessment, and student support from the government and private entrepreneurs. We are having a key factor to improve our research through National Research Foundation. Governance of higher education institutions independently by a very effective and independent boards. And very important activity of this program is going to be a regulation system, which is going to be a single regulator for entire education system or higher education system. And we are trying to have increased access, equity, and inclusive education system. Now, these are all the goals set or the changes in the system for which we are very familiar. Now, my views on some of the implementation plan are how to go about and how to achieve a quality education system in a country which is with so much of diversity in nature. Now, as many of my earlier speakers pointed out, we need to have high quality teachers in the institutions. What I mean to say is the development of human resources. The 21st century gurus who can inspire the students, who can facilitate the students, who can make them learn to earn knowledge and skill. Information is available. Abundant information is available. Information available is so much, so vast, it may lead to confusions in the minds of young people. But we need gurus who can translate that information into knowledge through his or her own actions in the universities and colleges. We talk about guided skill. We talk about analytical ability of the students' assessment. We talk about many pedagogies required to handle the present generation, etc. In my opinion, to do all these things, we need to have a concrete, high-quality teachers training programs wherein we profile our teachers. As we are trying to break the barriers by offering multidisciplinary programs in higher education, we also should break these barriers of teaching. A particular teacher would teach a course what he has studied. So let us allow here also passion. Teachers who are passionate in learning new technologies, new subjects, new courses can deliver. Somebody from a civil engineering background, if he is very good in image processing, yes, he or she should teach the computer science students. So that is the kind of teachers we need to exploit the multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary in the knowledge domain. And we need to have teachers with high quality of usage of ICT. So we need to improve. And also our teachers should have the science of digital learning and teaching. Unless they have more than one pedagogy, more than one skill set to deliver blended education system, which we are trying to plan in future, the teachers may utterly fail in their duty. So therefore, teachers training them. As I said, profiling means we should have a data-driven system. Our Honorable Prime Minister other day was mentioning about the data-driven research, data-driven business, data-driven productions or manufacturing. So in all our planning and resource management, we are basically doing a data analytics. So we do not have any data analytics of our own teachers. Therefore, we need to profile them properly, have a data analytics of each individual teachers in this country so that they deliver best because we identify their resource capabilities and a job of, according to their capability, we can provide them an opportunity to teach in schools or colleges, irrespective of their education background. So therefore, these kind of teachers who are profiled will be able to develop a content, a curriculum, which can be delivered meaningfully in blended mode. They will be capable of implementing the content designed by them, effectively delivering, and also they will have a formative type of assessment where every episode happening in the classroom or through assignments or through project-based learning or through experiential learning, any episode happens, will have an equivalent grade for that. equivalent marks for that. So automatically student will learn continuously and learn continuously. So their credit bank is always improved based on the activities or the episodes conducted by the teachers in their classroom. Now, why I say guru is we talk about problem solving, critical thinking, classroom discussions, as I repeated, experiential learning, project-based learning, etc. So these kind of activities, when you want to do, we need to have really group of wonderful gurus in each and every institution. So that must be the top priority of this plan, so that we'll have a wonderful group of teachers who can handle quality education and who can create a quality human resources in this country, which can cater to the global market. So therefore, we should have some Bharatiya system in teaching and learning so that it can be accepted by the globe in general. The next critical thinking, not only we need to create gurus who can teach technology or subject matter, etc., who can create universal human values in the students, who can create curiosity in them. We can give them ideas towards innovation and guide them to make their own decision. So this decision making is very poor in our system. So who can make students to think and understand. Students must understand their his own capabilities before they take up their higher level learning or understanding of some of the recent technologies or where they suit. So that they will not turn back. So we have, as Professor Subramanian was talking about, we have very different classroom dynamics in this country. So there are slow learners, there are fast learners. Therefore, our teachers should need to identify a group. Accordingly, we must deliver a mechanism so that their learning curve is always on and they learn smooth and they will not be dropped. No dropouts from schools or colleges. The second statement I wish to make is with respect to students. So here also, the student education also should be a data-driven system, in my opinion. So we need to profile students from early days. What are their passions? What are their interests? Are they interested in music? Are they interested in other cultural activity? Are they interested in some kind of engineering or technology, or in social sciences, or in medicine, or in courses related to psychology, etc. So therefore, we can slowly understand, we can have a database of such students, which will definitely help in deciding their career path. And it will go a long way in prescribing that, yes, you seems to be good in this. Please take up these kind of electives. You seem to be good in this. Go to these kind of courses. I think you will exceed, you will excel. Definitely you will have an opportunity to grow further. So that kind of a data-driven harvesting of the knowledge which is hidden is going to be very, very useful. And it definitely creates passion in the students. It will solve many problems. Sometimes as parents, we do err. Unnecessarily, we expect our own kids to do X, Y things without understanding their capabilities. So that kind of sorrows or miseries which you will face at the end of 4 years or 5 years, those things will go off if you carefully follow a student profiling and try to assess them from very early days so that we help them to choose their learning curve and also career path. So that's another this. And here again, teachers will come into picture. We need to make these students to participate in the education system. We are not going to compete each other for first class or second class or ranking, etc. Meaningful participation is one thing which I highly advocate or request my colleagues to implement in the classrooms. So it must be a healthy participation in learning. Then a very comprehensive equity assurance plan for this country is very much required. Though we are talking about financial assistance to various weaker sections, economically weaker sections, especially able people, OBCs, SCs, STs, etc. So again, here profiling is required. Some database is required. See, we should, these financial incentives given are the special economical education zone Government of India is trying to create in some of the remote places or in tribal areas. They must reach the most eligible and the people who are in need. So for that, again, this equity assurance plan in education will go a long way in helping the student community and also their parents. The another very important thing which I want to talk about is about the administration in higher education institutions. Now, in our new plan, we have planned to have a board of governors, so which is solely responsible for all education system. This is one thing which should happen very immediately, and the governance should be controlled by eminent educationalists, very highly professionals, retired administrators from the education who have worked in education system, philanthropists, educational entrepreneurs, top-notch alumni, representatives of faculty and parents, and students. Students also must this. So when they grow to some level, the curriculum design should come from student side. Yes, so these are the courses I want. This is the change I want in your administration. This is the kind of things which are happening. So therefore, please look into that kind of information. Again, it is data driven. I am passionate about creating a data of this, and so that we analyze properly and try to mitigate the problems very quickly, and we will definitely have wonderful solutions. The other drawback, as many of my speakers talking about, we have a lot of digital divide. That gap shall be minimized as early as possible. We need to have wonderful IT infrastructure implemented with suitable bandwidth and suitable gadgets to the students. For example, in assurance plan, we need to have good digital tab or a laptop or a smartphone to our students, so that they are not denied from the accessibility of information and the knowledge which is given to them. So the college education will become meaningful when you go towards that kind of a plan, wherein you measure the quality of the education and the system in any institution in terms of what kind of bandwidth they have, what kind of Wi-Fi facility they have, what kind of IT infrastructure they have, and what kind of group of teachers they have. As I said, this goes in hand to create a passionate educational program or a learning program. Last, not the least, I wish to have a counseling system in each and every institution. A counseling not only to the students, it also to parents, to understand their own strength, understand the strength of their own kid, so that they don't demand which is not acceptable to his or her daughter or son, so that they do not enjoy the learning in schools or colleges. Therefore, parents also must be made a part of this kind of program. Now, to sum up, we need to have a system wherein everybody would be given equity and assurance in terms of quality education. As per our the aspirations of our Honorable Prime Minister and also our Higher Education Minister, we need to have a very concrete educational system or a ecosystem in education with one voice. And while implementing, we need to create an ecosystem which will enable the teachers or the professors will have their own learning continuous, and independently they also teach their students to learn continuously, and they create an environment wherein students come to school or colleges with smile and go with smile. So unless you do that kind of an ecosystem, I think we will fail miserably without doing anything except for some few statistics. So therefore, our learning should be measured in terms of knowledge, in terms of skill set, so that they choose their career path. And one of the very big impact this NEP 2020 is going to have is about the knowledge of students. The students are permitted to have deep knowledge in more than one domain, so that they will not have any break in their career path. And also they are allowed to learn something what is happening in the other domain, so that they can also have feeling of multidisciplinary. With these few words, I thank you all for hearing me, and I thank especially Dr. Hari for giving me an opportunity to share some of my thoughts on new national education policy 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. You shared real practical issues. I think these are the ones probably the new education policy already considered. If not, I would like to advise them to consider them seriously, because until and unless we follow the practical issues, not on the paper, but this is a thing that has to be implemented throughout the country, such a vast diversity of regions, religions, geographies, cultures, and it has to convince the stakeholders that this is something that they can swallow. Most of the time, the teachers are doing the job as a job, not as a teacher. In the age-old Indian Gurukul kind of concept, this has to bring. They need to get engaged with their students one-on-one, and they need to understand who is a fish, who is a monkey. Give the monkeys to climb the trees and give the fish to swim in the water. Don't measure the fish to climb a tree, its performance. I think those are the kind of early identifications. Enabling them to pursue their passion will definitely go a long way. And again, I would like to thank you for being a co-host for this, and hope all of your affiliated college students and professors and faculty heard you. And I would like to look forward to working with you in the near future. So there's so much to do in the education sector, especially India. And we need to bring the glory back to Nalanda and the Takshashila kind of thing. Now, the world should look forward to coming to India to get their wisdom, knowledge, and education, to be a responsible citizens of this planet, to preserve and protect for future generations. So thank you so much again. So MC, let's invite Professor Van Rooyen Mortis as the next speaker.
Professor Maurits van Rooyen is chairman of IBAT College Dublin and GISMA Germany. He studied and lectured at Utrecht University and Erasmus University. He also served as the executive vice president at the University of Westminster. Professor Rooyen has been widely published on international education and university management. He is actively involved in various international organizations. He holds awards such as the Constance Meldrum Prize for Vision and Leadership and the Emblema Auro. It's my honor and privilege to invite Professor Maurits van Rooyen to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And thank you very much, Dr. Hari, for having me here at this panel. And greetings to all, and greetings to Your Excellencies, to colleagues, to friends, to guests, and hopefully also many students. This is a joyous moment. In many parts, in many countries in the world, when we talk about education, we are more talking about budget cuts and reduction of spending. Whilst here in India, with the new education policy, we are talking about a government which really is willing and able to invest in education, understands the importance of education for the social and economic development of their country. And that is really heartwarming and reassuring. Now, there are many elements of the new education policy, and of course there can be questions about what exactly they mean and how they will be implemented, and I will not go into that. But the basic message that this is actually being presented is in itself already a very important step forward, I think, for India. Let me pick out one, and one will not be surprised which one I pick out of the many, many things which have been announced in the policy. And that is that India actually announced that after many years of discussion, that it's interested in opening up to foreign universities and to have a presence in India, but of course under certain constraints, and that makes a lot of sense. I think it makes a lot of sense indeed for Indian higher education to want to see some best practice and some foreign institutions being involved, engaged with innovative ways of education in India. I hope that India will focus very much on innovation in professional and vocational education, rather than what some other countries have been doing in similar kind of situation and get seduced by the big brands. Now, as the introduction just said, I'm actually a product myself of research-led top 100 universities, and I've taught in many of them. But really what I think India and many other countries really need is a further strengthening of professional vocational institutions rather than just the research-led institutions, and not be seduced by the label, as some people are seduced by the label on a jacket or a shirt. Actually, this is an opportunity to go beyond that. 98, 99% of our students are studying because they want a career. And that is good news, because it is those people who are the backbone, who are forming the backbone of the economy and society. And this is really what we really want to invest in that professional and vocational education, as that is what is going to make this new education policy a historic opportunity. This is an historic opportunity because India and Indian education can transform from being trend following to trend setting. And let me explain in just a few simple points, 3 simple points, what I mean by that. When it comes to professional education, when it comes to employability and so on, we all recognize that especially experiential learning is crucially important, and it's reassuring to see in the policy that, for instance, at school level, backless days are being introduced so that students actually get introduced to professions and vocations. Now, what does this mean at tertiary level? Experiential learning, nobody is against that, but it's not always done very well. Sure, we allow our students to do an internship. They might even get credits for it. It is like before we throw a student into the deep end on graduation, we allow them to test the water. That's great. And we make sure they do not drown when they fall into that water. But actually, they're not that well prepared for it. And when it comes to work integrated learning, when it comes to experience integrated learning, it is actually about how do we prepare that student for the real world of learn in steps, not just in 1 or 2 trials, but actually year after year, take them closer to being really successful in that real world. And that is really where I think India now has a big opportunity, and that is to build in that gaining of experience, that employability and so on in steps year after year. Now, of course, I've listened carefully to also what my friend Blasenka just said, and so be careful if you say to professors, to teachers and so on, saying, well, by the way, we also want you now to focus on carefully preparing students for learning in the real world. The reaction might be, hey, we already have to teach so many hours, we have to publish papers and so on, now we have to do this as well. We, of course, are risk at pushback. And that leads me to the second thing. And that is why this is now such a big opportunity, is because we can actually use digital tools, we can develop digital tools to make that transition from learning to working so much smoother. We can use these digital tools like simulations, like virtual role play, virtual reality, as a way to help students to prepare for the actual real experience. It is a very cost-effective and actually a very fun-like preparation for being successful in the real world. And I do use the word fun, so also refer to things like gamification and using games and so on, because it is very important. And I so much agree with the previous speaker when you say students have to smile, they have to smile more. Sometimes I wonder whether we do not approach education the same way we approach medicine. And that is, if the medicine doesn't taste bitter, it cannot be very good. If education is not boring, it cannot be good. Actually, the opposite is true. Unless our students have fun learning, it is not a good education. And gamification, for instance, is a very powerful tool when it comes to preparing students for employment. Not only for young kids, by the way, even someone like me with a lot of gray hair actually learn much better when I actually enjoy learning. And it's not only learning, it's also when it comes to performing in my work. When I have fun, when I enjoy working, I actually perform better. And that brings me to the third point. And that is when it comes to education, we also have to recognize that actually the difference between learning and working is getting smaller and smaller when it comes to the knowledge economy. We traditionally have a system whereby we learn first, and then at a certain age, we feel we have all the knowledge, and then we go and apply it in real world. Now, that is a very outdated concept of how a society is put together. In a knowledge economy, it is not that you have all the knowledge. You are learning all the time. But initially, when you study, your focus is more on learning and a little bit on experiencing the working. And when you graduate, you shift that attention, your focus is more on working, but you better still be learning. Otherwise, sooner or later, you become obsolete. And this is what I say in my capacity also as co-chairman of the World Association for Cooperative and Work Integrated Education, WAIS, which is based in the States. I keep on saying this, it is work integrated learning as well as learning integrated work. And we should see the relationship between the classroom and the workplace much more as a fluid relationship. And the digital tools are absolutely crucial in establishing that relationship, so that also when it comes to universities and colleges, they don't see their relationship just with preparing students for work, but actually they also recognize they should have a relationship with those who are in the workplace, with employers, etc. Stay engaged with their alumni by upskilling and updating their knowledge all the time, but also helping employers to develop their workforce. Universities and colleges in a knowledge economy have a very different role to play than they used to in the 20th century and before. And that is actually what I hope the new education policy in India will really pick up on. This is a big historic opportunity for India to really show the world what a modern education could look like. And I have all the confidence based on the fact that what is coming out of the new education policy, that India indeed will become more and more trend-setting when it comes to especially professional and vocational education, and not just trend following. Thank you very much, Dr. Hari, for giving me the opportunity to get this hopefully very positive message across to everybody. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor, for joining us today. I think you really been instrumental in connecting with us. You are in the higher education session and you are part of our committee to come up with the proceedings for the modernization of the higher education. I appreciate your inputs. Thank you so much for joining us today again, in spite of your busy schedule, and also connecting with so many other speakers that are relevant for this topic. Appreciate and we'll continue to work with you. MCs, please introduce the next speaker, Professor S. Srinivas Kumar, Vice Chancellor of JNTU, Anantapur.
Professor S. Srinivas Kumar is a faculty member of Electronics and Communication Engineering at the JNTU, Anantapur, where he is currently serving as Vice Chancellor. He has delivered more than 85 visiting lectures at reputed teaching institutes. He has published 69 research papers in national and international journals. He has supervised 14 PhD candidates in the area of image processing and antennas, and is contributing to the development of JNTU Anantapur on the academics, infrastructure, and research front. Let's welcome Professor S. Srinivas Kumar to deliver his speech for today's webinar.
Thank you, Shreya. Indeed, I'm very happy to be a part of this global webinar. Heartfully, I thank Dr. Hari Panapalli for giving us the opportunity to collaborate. And many distinguished speakers are here, and I heartfully congratulate them for sharing their thoughts. And we are very happy to be a part of this particular group. And indeed, Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur, is a well-known university, technological university, established in the year 1946 as a college campus. Then in the year 2008, it has been changed as an university. From then onwards, it is stepping ahead to look forward to develop the education in this particular region, in particular the technology. And well, I have gone through the national education policy. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to go through the Honorable Prime Minister's speech as well as through different speakers. And indeed, I'm not a person who wish to speak positively or negatively about anything, but I would like to plan how the challenges are to be implemented or how the challenges are to be considered. And today, if we consider the national education policy, in particular the higher education policy, this has become more like a learner-centric education policy than a discipline-centric education policy. So in a discipline-centric education policy, we can see that the student can master in one particular subject, maybe electronics and communication. Suppose if I consider engineering, in electronics and communication engineering, I can make him to master in one particular subject. But in a learner-centric policy, it is very, very difficult to see that the student becomes master in one particular subject, because after 2 years, he may change his interest, he may switch over to another subject. In such case, he may become a jack of all and master of none. So how do we solve this kind of problem? This is a challenging issue which I consider. And another problem which I find is a multiple entry and multiple exit scheme. And when we consider multiple entry and multiple exit scheme, as Honorable Prime Minister was speaking, and after the first year or after the second year, we may have to give a certificate course, or after third year of completion, we may have to give a diploma degree, or after final year, we may have to give a degree course. But as such, now our engineering curriculum is concerned, during the first year, we are introducing the science and mathematics that is relevant to the engineering. And during the second year and third year, we are introducing the basic subjects. And during the final year, we are introducing more in the elective subjects. Thereby, we are trying to see that the student is molded into a particular curriculum and come to a particular stage. But when we give this kind of certificate course or a diploma course or a degree course, how can we change the curriculum to suit to the needs of the student, and such that he is a certificate holder in a particular engineering discipline, or he is having a certificate holder in a diploma, or he is having a certificate holder of a degree to a particular subject? It is very big, very, very difficult task to frame the syllabus. How do we meet this challenge? And this is one point which I consider really a challenge, because not only as an administrator, as a vice chancellor, I'm having 34 years of teaching experience, and I was there in many of the disciplines as a board of studies member and many other things. And I consider really it is a challenging task. And second thing is, we want a person to be a holistic approach, and we want extracurricular activities, we want a co-curricular activities, we want a basic knowledge in a particular discipline, and we want a skill set, we want knowledge. In all these aspects, we have to mold the particular student. And in this particular aspect, definitely I consider very, very difficult for the implementation point of view. And as a group of people who are intellectuals, we have to see how this particular education policy is to be implemented, and how this particular policy is to be framed to see that the person becomes a holistically developed than becoming a jack of all and master of none. So that is another challenging task which I feel. And even in the examinations also, it becomes very, very difficult. And today, the gross enrollment ratio is nearly 21% in the country. And our interest is to increase the gross enrollment ratio. So one of three parameters that are to be considered: equity, accessibility, and affordability. These are the three parameters that are to be equity, accessibility, and affordability. So we have got 6.5 lakh villages in this country, but hardly 1.5 lakh villages are connected by optical fiber. But how do we connect the rest of the people who are in the rest of the villages to access the data? That is really another difficult task. As one of the speakers was telling, the accessibility is another important challenge that is to be considered. So there are certain challenges, how these challenges are to be faced, how these challenges are to be considered. That is really, we are in favor of the national education policy, but how well the national education policy is to be implemented, how well we can plan to implement it. See that the students can become masters in the subjects. They should not become jack of all, master of none. That is what my interest is. So in this particular policy, if we think about this, and we are considering a BTech Electronics and Communication Engineering with a minor degree in a computer science engineering. You suppose if the student completes additional 20 credits in the computer science engineering related subjects, and if he is a student of electronics and communication engineering, in addition to the 170 credits which he gets in the electronics and communication engineering, if he gets another 20 credits, we are issuing a degree in the computer science engineering also. That way, a major degree and a minor degree concept is coming, and we are implementing it already. But in such case, there is no problem. But in the case where we want a multiple entry scheme or a multiple exit scheme, that is really a wonderful challenge that the syllabus is to be framed accordingly. So this is to be discussed at length. So I'm not speaking anything about the limitations or disadvantages, but it is the challenges that are there before us to implement the policy and how well we can plan for it. That is what my question is. So let us discuss at length, and I'm sure that we'll alleviate all the problems to implement the national education policy and see that the Andhra Pradesh government and in particular Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur, will be in the forefront. Dr. Hari Pirpalli knows me very well. I'm equally active now in future also to be a part of the education system and to see that the education is a backbone for the country, and education, economy, energy, and environment. These are the 4 parameters that are to be considered. And heartfully, I thank Dr. Kasturi Ranganji, Dr. K. Sridhar, Dr. Ramachandran, Dr. Anurag Behar, who are the members in developing this education policy. And we are in favor of them to see that this particular policy is implemented and successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Srinivas Kumar, for being a co-host today. Wonderful to working with you, and I look forward to working with you again. So again, Dr. Kalam said, let's provide affordable quality healthcare to keep India healthy, affordable quality education to keep India educated. And now we are getting into educating the world as well. And also, as you rightly said, preserve and protect this planet for future generations by paying attention to the environment. And also peace and harmony is needed in this world. So Dr. Kalam wants to develop spiritual families. I look forward to working with you, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful message, especially on the entry and exit kind of thing. I think that will definitely revolutionize. People can take short-term courses. I'm on the board of Rutgers University in New Jersey for the executive education. So we have short-term courses, 1 week, 2 weeks, 2 months, 3 months. I think that kind of certification courses also will be possibly considered in the new education policy, where people can sign up and take a specific course for their job or professional growth. Thank you again. Look forward to working with you. So now our next speaker will be Dr. Sunil Rai, Vice Chancellor, UPES, Dehradun. Please welcome.
Dr. Sunil Rai is the Vice Chancellor of University of Petroleum and Energy Studies. A veteran academician, he has a vast experience with 20 years in academics, 21 years with the Indian Navy, and 2 years in the corporate world. Prior to joining UPES, he was the Vice Chancellor of MIT Arts Design and Technology University, Pune and Director on Board of Maharashtra IT Corporation, Government of Maharashtra. Dr. Rai has published papers on business continuity and higher education in various journals and published articles in management magazines and business education columns in newspapers. He's an excellent communicator and has addressed national and international conferences and earned accolades for his oratorical skills and style of public speaking. Let's have a warm welcome for Dr. Sunil Rai to deliver his keynote address.
Good evening. At the outset, let me begin by thanking the Lead India USA for giving us this opportunity for me to participate in the Abdul Kalam Memorial webinar. It's so very timely that this has actually come. First and foremost, I just wanted to reconfirm, am I heard clearly? All right. Okay.
Sir, you are good, sir. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So at the outset, I would like to actually congratulate the government of India and of course under the guidance of our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, to bring out this national new education policy at the very right time. I would touch on the three aspects. So I applaud this policy, and most of the speakers before me have already comprehensively covered about the features of the policy and a few of the implementation aspects. I will also cover three of them. The most striking factor of the new education policy is the holistic development of students to empower them and enable them to take on the uncertainties of future. And who could have thought the world would be like this 6 months back? The whole world has changed. The uncertainties have increased, the uncertainty of economics, the uncertainty of well-being, etc. And these things have now, change has come to stay. So if in 80s, the job roles and job profiles used to be relevant for 20 years once created, they became only for 10 years when we started coming to this century. And then in the way the pandemic has changed the world order, we are in for some very quick changes in terms of economics. For example, the manufacturing sectors of the world might shift from where they are today to different locations, maybe India, maybe Vietnam. We are expecting that these things will not only change once, but they will keep on changing. So where I'm coming from is that for a youngster, it will be very difficult to prepare himself or herself in one kind of set of skills because the things will change so fast that that particular job role may not be relevant. That particular technology may not be relevant. That particular economics structure may not be relevant. And so therefore, what is important is to create lifelong learners. And if you have to create lifelong learners, we have to actually give them skills for life, skills of creativity, skills of personal branding, skills of understanding future technologies, entrepreneurial nature, interdisciplinary. Today, one cannot think of any kind of learning with one strict discipline. If you talk of robotics, you're talking about 6, 7 sciences, etc. there. You talk of Internet of Things, you're talking of 6, 7 sciences there. So therefore, when it is a situation is going to be like this, I think the NEP has come out very rightly by including sports, culture, art, literature. And these are things which make the wholesome personality. What it makes them people do is to understand the context comprehensively, because context is made of economics and people. And once you are able to understand, then you should be able to pitch yourself. Now, these things are easier said than done. It's easier to teach physics. It's easier to teach chemistry. It's far more difficult to teach these life skills. So it's a good thing that the policy has included all these things. Where are the teachers who can teach? And I think the previous speaker did comment on that, that we need teachers who can teach these kind of life skills. How do you teach creativity? How do you teach these kind of understanding people, understanding the entrepreneurship, and so on and so forth? So I think we will need to prepare these faculty in humanities and life skills is one big challenge, because what has been happening in past is that these skills were considered actually subservient to the hard skills. It was more important to learn technology, maths. I'm not underplaying them at all, but all these life skills were not considered to be very important. So I think the first challenge is to now create the faculty, create the mindset for these life skills, which is very, very comprehensive, which is very important. And Atmanirbhar Bharat, what the Prime Minister is talking about, actually needs people who are learners for life, who can take on any kind of situation headlong. So the first one is to create those teachers who will teach these life skills. The second aspect about the implementation is about the change of mindset. Who could believe 6 months back that we will go fully online? I took over UPS in first week of March as Vice Chancellor. Mid of March, we were told to go totally online. I mean, I couldn't have, fortunately for us at UPS, the infrastructure was there in place. We had the best of the IT infrastructure. We had, of course, the mindset of teachers, and we were prepared to take on online. we thought we can do it easily. In a week's time, we came to know that, okay, while you can do it easily, it's the ecosystem that has to be ready. The students have to be ready. Their parents have to be ready. The rest of the society have to be ready. And therefore, it is the mindset that things can be done. It was being talked about in the NEP policy. And just now, the previous speaker was also talking about this whole thing of migration. This whole thing about 1 year the student gets a certificate, 2 year the student gets a diploma, and the 4 year when it does, he gets a degree. Now, there are some difficulties which are being felt, but this is actually more of a mindset problem as I read it. Frankly speaking, the education system was designed like that. There were ITIs, there were polytechnics, and there were engineering colleges. And the plan was that if there are 1,000 ITI trained people, there will be 100 diploma holders and there will be 10 engineers. Unfortunately, this pyramid got turned upside down. So today for 1,000 engineers, we have only got 10 craftsmen. Now, this is where the vocational aspect that has come in our NEP policy is a celebrated exercise. And therefore, this aspect, so many people address these conferences, the media people are asking me that this kind of a facility is being created so that you will have low dropout rates. And people can say that we have zero dropouts. Now, well, that is not the idea. The spirit of the NEP is not zero dropout. The spirit of the NEP is to give that freedom. Now, think of a student from a village. This person cannot come and study in Delhi. Now, how it is that 2 years this student does in the local place, wherever the student is, at the low cost and in a unchallenging circumstances. And after the person has earned the credits, it can be going into the credit bank, makes himself or herself confident, now comes to Delhi and joins in the 3rd year. Now, this is something which is the best way of including people. And this is something which the world over we need. There's a huge divide as far as infrastructure facilities are concerned the world over. There is Africa, there is Brazil, and therefore you need to have this kind of a mobility possible. So the skepticism should give way to the spirit of this one is what I am suggesting. It's already been suggested that this cannot happen without proper infrastructure. The bandwidths have to be created, and it has to be done collaboratively. Expecting governments to do it may not be possible. If there is one laptop in every village, the trick will be done. But then that one laptop has to reach. So this industry and the society has to combine to ensure that this kind of facility is made available. Now we're talking about National Research Foundation, a very welcome idea. I think at the implementation stage, so of course, we are getting ready for virtual labs with IIT Delhi has already created. And we at UPS are also creating our own virtual labs with augmented reality and virtual reality in our School of Design. Now, while this is all being done, this will also need funding. And while the government is announcing this funding, this public-private partnership needs to be understood in the proper spirit. There should not be any discrimination between public and private players is what I'm suggesting. Because generally, this is what has been the experience in past. I'm sure that we will not have those repeat of those kind of things. Emphasis is on partnership. The policy is clearly laying out that anybody who attains this level in accreditation will actually be available, the NRF will be available to them. So I think what I am suggesting here is that the implementation is that let us focus on the spirit of the NEP while we are implementing. I just took 2 examples. And of course, very importantly, we need to develop faculty for online. This online blended is no longer a good thing to have. Online and blended is a must thing to have. It improves efficiency, it improves reach, it improves inclusivity, and it improves economics of delivery. While at UPS, we are doing everything possible that even if situations are good, we have decided that 25% of our curriculum we will do online, so that the time which is freed from the student, they can go into the industry and practice vocational skills, and which is what is important. So I think if we look at in the implementation, this particular spirit, it should be doing the trick, because NEP is a very welcome document in any case. Finally, I would just like to put my views on the assessments. So it's a good thing that we are changing the education policy philosophy. It is a good thing that we are including different kind of subjects, we're including different kind of formats. I think what needs to be, and the NEP does spell it out, that the assessments have to move from being summative as it is today to being formative. So we are not to test the cramming and the remembering ability of the student, but we are supposed to test whether this student will be able to put the student into different situations, and the student should be able to find his own solutions. So when we are doing this assessment, the assessments will have to be redesigned. These have to be multi-mode. These cannot be only pen paper based, multiple answer type, short answer type. I mean, these have to be more made multimodal in terms of project basis, in terms of simulations and so on and so forth. Multi-point, it has to be done by the peers, it has to be done by the teachers, and it should be done by the industry. Because just we giving the assessment to our students will not make them what we are thinking of making. What I'm suggesting is use assessment as learning. You know, there are frameworks like Coursera, etc., where they're using assessment as learning. So if we can use the assessment itself to take the students gradually to different levels and then certify them that what are the kind of levels they have received. So I'm suggesting a different kind of assessment scheme altogether to make the NEP really work. The Honorable Secretary of Social Welfare had already laid out those 5 pillars, which I think I also endorse. And while as implementers, we should keep those 5 pillars in mind. And I'm certain this NEP is here to prepare the students for life, make a more resilient society to take care of any kind of eventualities that might come up in future. And who knows, we are in for more the way things are shaping up. So with this, I would like to once again thank Hari for giving me this opportunity to express my views. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Sunil. It's a short notice, but you are able to join us today. Wonderful, and look forward to working with you in the future. And hopefully, post-COVID, we will meet. I think your insights are very practical, and hopefully, the team will consider to all the recommendations that you provided in this webinar. And post-webinar, we will compile a proceedings of this webinar and publish them so that whoever needs to access them, we will have them freely available. Thank you so much, sir. So MCs, our next speaker is Professor Manuel Garabal. So he's the valedictory keynote speaker, but because of various other conditions, he would like to go next. Please introduce him.
Our next speaker is Professor Manuel Freire Garabal, a professor of pharmacology at the School of Medicine at the University of Santiago de Compostela. He has a PhD in medicine and surgery and is the director of the SNL Leonard Levi research group focused on the discovery of new drugs against cancer and infection, including the new anti-SARS-CoV-2 compounds. He is a fellow of the Royal Society of Medicine in IBNS and authored over 100 articles and over 20 books, and has won 20 international and national awards. He's a member of several boards of advisors of the European Union and the Spanish scientific policy bodies. He is also the founder of the Compostela Group of Universities. Let's welcome Professor Manuel Freire Garabal to deliver the valedictory keynote address for today's webinar.
Professor Manuel.
Thank you very much. Authorities, dear Dr. Hanapali, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to participate in this webinar. Thanks to the lectures given today by the keynote speakers in this webinar, we can further understand and support the challenges posed by the new Indian education policy for the 21st century. A national education policy called NIAP has followed a highly participatory open procedure. The draft submitted by Cabinet Minister of Education when he took office last year, that was the result of years of deep reflections, was exposed to the public domain for a long time and received 2 billion suggestions. In this way, Croatia's former Minister of Science and Education, who spoke before, affirmed that sharing and co-creation is essential for success, and that's the case. NIP objectives are really ambitious, aiming to achieve universal access to education, looking for universal literacy and numeracy for all students by 3rd grade in all elementary schools of India by 2025, and 100% gross enrollment rate from preschool to secondary level by 2030. NIP also aims at a gross enrollment ratio in higher education, including vocational education of about 50% by 2035, coming from the present 26.3%, what means an increase of at least 3.5 crore new seats to higher education institutions. But what is even more important is that this project now became law, outstands the importance of how learning should be more open and distance learning, promoting online and digital education. To this end, Union government will create an autonomous body, the National Educational Technology Forum, NATF, which will create infrastructure and digital content to promote new capacities. They will serve to meet electronic education needs, not only of schools, but also higher education. So this follows the recommendations given by Dr. Epanapali, who outlined the necessity to increase the demand for online and blended online on-site programs that may increase the efficacy and efficiency of education, favoring cross-cultural relations and adapting education to the future market worldwide. It may be more affordable, even especially for those who have less resources for education. In this way, Dr. Sanil Ray, Vice Chancellor of UPace, also pointed out that the most tricky factor is the holistic view of what should be a lifelong learning process. This project entails regulatory and structural changes which will serve to resolve the traditional separation between rote learning and vocational education. Even more, the Minister of Social Justice outlined that NIP involves the entire educational system, school and higher education. As far as school education is concerned, it's to be much more equitable and inclusive and respectful of the multilingualism that is nowadays in all parts of the world, but especially in India, where big amounts of people speak different languages. So we have to be respectful with that. And it's part of the culture and it's part of the educational process. The government will create an innovative educational centers that facilitate multiple learning paths based on formal and non-formal modes. They will allow this stimulation and monitoring of students and the learner levels and decrease dropouts to the mainstream. Study plans will change, keeping students with the necessary training for the 21st century. As the Vice Chancellor of FTU said, education should provide economic independence, but also give way to passions that satisfy lives. New policy aims to increase essential knowledge, critical thinking, and experiential learning based on the acquisition of competencies that should be evaluated adequately. My good friend Maris Marrugen, Global University Systems Academic CEO, outlined that experiential learning is crucial. When it is adopted, the educational process works better, especially when digital tools are adopted in the process, making learning more effective, affordable, and makes of it a fun experience. The distance between learning and working becomes lower into the knowledgeable economy implemented when lifelong learning process is included, avoiding that knowledge becomes obsolete in different professions. As far as higher education is concerned, NAP introduces broad-based multidisciplinary comprehensive education under 3 or 4 years schemes. The study plans will be more flexible, integrated new combination of subjects that favor vocational education from different multiple entry points, obtaining the appropriate certifications. Even more, an academic credit bank will serve to digitally accredit academic credits obtained from different institutes so that this can be transferred and accounted for the final degree obtained. The Higher Education Commission of India will be the unique umbrella of higher education, excluding medical and legal education. The higher education system architecture adapts to the new challenges, creating a spectrum of institutions that integrates autonomous university colleges, but also, more importantly, intensive teaching universities and others which are more research profile. As the Vice Chancellor of Anantapur University commented, we need a quality and sustainable educational system. So it should include other aspects of university life, like research and quality of life. He pointed out that we need a quality education system with integrated objectives, including ethical values and spirit of science. In this regard, the National Research Foundation will take care of promoting research capacities in higher education. Professional education will be part of higher education system. Universities dedicated to health science, law, independent and agricultural techniques, among others, will become multidisciplinary institutions. Just to enter from the distance of several thousand, in fact, 7,588 kilometers between my current residence, San Xenxo in Spain, and Delhi in India, I am convinced that the national education policy proposes a cutting-edge solution that will serve as an example for national policies around the world. I support Dr. Epanapali's opinion that Indian minds are very creative. However, most importantly, they will make the future of new generations of students in India and all over the world brighter. As Dr. Samantha pointed out, India is strong in education and will be stronger with NIP, letting one of the world's most fastest developing countries in the world be even more. Secretary Minister of Social Justice highlighted that there is a necessary not only plan, but also a management plan and funding. NIP is accompanied not only by organizational, but also financial measures essential to support the planet goals. The budget dedicated to education will rise from the current 4% to 6% of GDP as soon as possible, dedicated not only to creating more infrastructures and services, but also to increase direct financial support for students through more scholarships. Former Minister of Science and Education of Croatia also pointed out that this reform is a marathon, not a speed race, and a learning process itself in which many stakeholders have to participate. Amongst them, FTU Vice Chancellor commented that teachers passionate in learning are one of the main actors of the reform, who need to be trained adequately in new methodologies and technologies to do that. I am, besides being a professor, I am also a sailor, and I always follow the famous Indian proverb: we cannot change the direction of the wind, but we can adjust the sails. We have already wind, but need a boat and good sailors to reach the destinations. So I think that in this moment, we have all the elements to follow up this nice NIP project, and we will follow up in the years to adopt it all over the world. So, well, finally, I want to thank Dr. Epanapali for having invited me to this brilliant initiative, which is part of a very ambitious programs that is having a success that exceeds expectations. Let us not forget that the latest webinar on the impact of COVID on economy has far exceeded 5 million audience worldwide. Congratulations, Professor Epanapali.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Manuel. It's wonderful. Thank you so much for also being the chair for the preparing the proceedings of the webinar. And we will continue to work with you. And especially I would like to thank your son, Professor Manuel Jr. So he is wonderful. And we look forward to working with Al Khalifa Business School as well in the next few months. Again, appreciate you joining in spite of your busy schedule, late flights. So be safe wherever you are and take care. Thank you. So speakers, our next, MCs, our next speaker will be Professor TV Kattimani. Please introduce him.
Professor TV Kattimani completed his graduation in his mother tongue, Kannada, and his post-graduation in Hindi language and literature. He was taught in Karnataka University, Dharwad, and Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. He served as Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi National Tribal University in Madhya Pradesh from January 2014 to December 2019. He has been honored by both national and state governments for his contribution in the field of education. He is trained in tribal languages, culture, literature, music, art, and medicinal practices. It is my honor to invite Professor TV Kattimani to deliver his keynote address.
Professor Kattimani, sir, please unmute.
Looks like he's not on the session. So,
sir, he is in the session, but problem is he's not unmuting it.
So, technical staff, could you please unmute Professor Kattimani, please? So while they figure out the technical difficulties, MCs, please introduce the next speaker.
Meanwhile, please call him, sir.
Okay. Dr. Ruchi Dana is a qualified medical practitioner who has transitioned successfully into a seasoned entrepreneur and business leader. Ruchi did her MD from JNMCH AMU and her full-time MBA from Stanford University and is an SSGSA scholar. Additionally, Dr. Ruchi Dana was recognized by Forbes as a top power businesswoman of Middle East 2020. Ruchi is currently the president COO of Duluth Medical Technologies Incorporated, a Silicon Valley-based robotic medical device startup. Furthermore, she is a physician who loves to write about healthcare trends, investing, entrepreneurship, and family business. Ruchi is a frequent speaker at various industry conferences and sits on several corporate and startup boards, including Dana Group, UAE, and Duluth Medical USA. Let's have a warm welcome for Dr. Ruchi Dana to deliver her speech.
Thank you so much, Keshav, for the introduction. Thank you, Dr. Hari, for organizing this. It's an amazing initiative, and I've learned actually quite a lot about the NEP from the speakers themselves. I think it was a very insightful and educational session because it's really bringing back all the memories that I had while I was actually studying in various countries. So I'll give you a brief background about myself. I was born in Libya. So it's in north of Africa. And then we moved to Dubai when I was around 10 years of age. So I did part of my schooling from Libya, part of it from Dubai. And then I went to medical college in India. And further after that, I actually did my full-time MBA from Stanford University. So I've actually studied in 4 different countries. So that's really amazing. And I can give you like firsthand feedback about the educational systems. So I'll start off with like why I actually became a doctor. So as a child, I was actually very interested in like breaking up toys and making new inventions out of the toys. But it's just like both of my parents were doctors. So that was the immediate thing that I had to do. So I actually I studied a lot, and during my 11th and 12th standards itself, I prepared a lot for the medical college entrance examinations, and I got through into like almost 5 medical colleges, and I chose Aligarh Muslim University, which is a central university and amongst the top universities for medical colleges in India. And I made it through in my first attempt. So that was a really exciting point of time in my life. But when I was in my medical college, I actually realized that I really want to make like medical devices, or like I really love to innovate. So I actually found a very good professor who was also my mentor, and he helped me like work on some low cost medical devices. So we made some new inventions. It was really exciting. I wrote a number of papers, I published a number of papers, presented a lot of them. I was actually the first student of my university to get a travel grant to go abroad and present papers. I was really excited. But when I came back to India and I wanted to actually commercialize these devices, even the best of professors in medical college back in those days, they didn't really understand the language of business. Like everybody knew like how to publish papers and how to get your papers approved in peer-reviewed journals. So that was the drill. But like if you talk about business in medical college, like nobody really understood it. So that was back in 2008. And even like the startup ecosystem in India was not very well developed. So nowadays things have changed quite a lot. But like because of that, I actually thought that I should go for an MBA, and I applied to various business schools. I got through into almost all of them. I went for the MIT Admit Weekend, and in fact I got a full Legatum fellowship from MIT. They were ready to pay for even my books, but when the Stanford result came, I actually accepted my business school result from Stanford. So I did a full-time MBA from Stanford, and during this transition phase, there was actually Aligarh Muslim University's Alumni Association that actually helped me quite a lot in terms of like transitioning to the US, even with my luggage. And also so that's the SSGSA Scholar, that award that I got. On behalf of that, they actually helped me quite a lot. So once I actually came to Stanford for my full-time MBA, I realized like the education system was completely different from India. Suddenly I realized there were no board exams, there was nothing to actually cram about. So it was really exciting, and I was free to choose a number of courses, a number of classes in different, like even the medical school or the engineering college. So it was a really exciting point of time in my life. And at Stanford, I also took the Stanford Biodesign program. So it's a program in which there are lawyers, engineers, MBA students, doctors, PhD students. Everybody comes together to solve for unmet clinical needs. So that was again a very exciting point of time in my life, and I really loved it. And our team at Stanford actually won the NIH grant from the US government to actually find like unmet clinical needs in China, and I led a trip to China. So that was again like a really exciting point of time, and I was very interested in medical devices. So now I'm actually working on a startup based in the Silicon Valley. It's actually a low-cost robotic surgery startup. And I've filed 2 patents on use of AI in robotic surgery and the use of sensors in robotic surgery. And I'm a frequently invited speaker on the topic of AI in healthcare. So if I was just like maybe studied medicine and followed the postgraduate path and stayed in that discipline, I would have never even thought about AI and healthcare or all of these things. So the reason that I actually got this exposure was because I went to Stanford, and I got like the multidisciplinary approach of things, because oftentimes innovation actually happens at the intersection of various disciplines. Because like a doctor would never think of a life without a stethoscope, but it's only like somebody who can think outside of the box can actually think like you can actually replace the stethoscope with some other new devices. Because like if you are in the same discipline, your thoughts get limited to that, and you're not able to actually innovate. So a lot of time innovation actually happens at the intersection of various disciplines. So that's the best part about the new education policy of India, because it talks about like multidisciplinary approach. One of the other good things is that like when I came to Stanford, I realized there was no board exam. But like the current education policy still has a board exam, but I think like that should be relaxed a little, because like worldwide, when you look at colleges and universities, there are not really board exams anymore. Like there's a continuous learning and continuous monitoring of how you learn. So that's how things are. One of the other good things about the NEP right now is that there's not much of pressure to actually choose a discipline right there and then. So for example, I became a doctor because like it was just like that was what I thought about, like because of my parents, and at an early stage in life you actually had to choose your disciplines. But now that's not anymore, and you can actually have multidisciplinary roles. You can actually interact with other colleges, get to understand what all new things are happening. In terms of recommendations, I would really say like mainly it's about the implementation. So like instead of just making a policy and sitting with it, it's actually about how to actually execute the thing. The results of the policy should be tangible, and there should be a here and now component. So they should be like, for example, in the teachers training, the policy mentions that the B.Ed would start by 2030, and then the graduates that would come out of it, those would be the people who would actually like work on the policy. That's like looking 15 years down the line. So like I would love for the policy to have a much more aggressive transition plan. So they could actually focus maybe on the existing teachers training. There are around 80 lakh teachers who are already there. Or how about like training them to use like various disciplines, to actually use online models, to actually have like maybe a nationwide guest speakers on a single day. So the entire like country is watching a single guest speaker, and have things like this, because of COVID-19, a lot of focus has come on online education, and a lot of schools are actually adapting it. So why not use it to the best of advantage? I think that would be a best thing. Other thing is that like when I think about continuous assessment, I love that approach, but then when it's come to like actual board exams, then I think that there's a mismatch, because what is measured, that's the thing that's improves, right? So there's a corollary, like only what is measured improves. So basically, like if you measure the board exams, then that's what like the students would work towards. So as Dr. Sunil Rai correctly said, that this, if they could use like assessment to learn like online courses like Coursera and all, they have a continuous assessment, and that's how like you can actually like see like in which sector a child actually wants to go as well. So as Dr. Hari also mentioned, like the fish is meant to swim and the monkey is meant to climb the tree. So it's really good to have these continuous assessments, and like to see actually what is a field that a child is really interested in, because then he would be able to follow his passion and do something about it. The other good thing I realized was that, as Dr. Hari correctly mentioned, that there should be like parent and teacher committees, and strong effort on getting the PPP involved on a war footing, because like we can talk about policies, but about the implementation, there's a lot of support that's needed in terms of like getting all the stakeholders involved, getting the right investment into the education system. So like, for example, like I think 6% is the GDP is to be spent on education, but how do we reach there? Because we are not even at 4 or 4.5 right now. So that would be a huge thing. So I think like the change would have to start from ourselves. Like each and every one of us can actually try to volunteer some time out, to try to mentor young students, and try to bring about this change in our own mentality, so that we can actually help for the entire country. And one thing I've realized in the US is that the public schools are much better than the private schools. So a lot of people actually want their kids to study in public schools. So I think there should be some sort of focus on the central government education system and the public schools as well, because that's something that actually defines the future of the entire country, because that's where the bulk of the people actually go to schools. So that's one thing. And apart from that, I would love to talk about like the practical skills that are really necessary for training the teachers, and for making the students understand the life skills that would actually help them in the career. Because oftentimes what happens is like the education system trains a student in a theory, but like they don't really learn about like the practical tips to how to approach life, how to actually deal with crisis situations, about even like mental well-being. So these are important issues that should be addressed. So I think like a lot more focus on practical tips and how to deal with crisis situations, how to have the entrepreneurship mindset. I think these are things that were really important to actually be implemented in the NEP. And at the last, I would like to say that technology has become such an important and integral part of our lives these days. So it's best to actually take advantage of that, and introduce new small courses, certification courses, or sort of things like, for example, coding can be started in school. And India is actually on the verge of becoming the second largest startup ecosystem. So a lot of focus should go on the new technologies like AO, nanotech, 3D printing, robotics. So these are the skills that would actually refine like the future of the workplace as well. So I think like these are the skills that the country should focus on, the education system should focus on, because we talk about AI and job losses and all, but like if there are more of polymaths, like polymaths are people who have like general knowledge about various skills, I think those are the ones who would become the problem solvers in the future. In the end, I would love to stop with a quote that learning never exhausts the mind. This is a quote by Aristotle, who was a polymath. So he drew the Da Vinci Man, in which like the man is standing and it's within a circle and a square, it's all symmetrical. And he had studied the human anatomy as well as how to paint and how to get your things across. So I think I would end with that quote, that learning never exhausts the mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruchi. It's wonderful. I was reading your bio, so many accomplishments at such a young age. Appreciate it. And I was debating between MIT and Stanford. Since I'm in New Jersey, East Coast, I went to MIT for my executive program. So it's a wonderful place, and both one in the East Coast, one in West Coast. I think Stanford definitely stands out better than anything else. So congratulations and all the laurels that you won. And we look forward to working with you, and thank you for joining the Al Khalifa Business School to provide the research guidance as a dean. So it's wonderful, and you be safe, and let's connect again after this session. Thank you. MC's Dr. Kuttimani is available now. Please introduce again.
Dr. T.V. Kuttimani completed his graduation in his mother tongue, Kannada, and his post-graduation in Hindi language and literature. He was taught in Karnataka University, Dharwad, and Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. He served as Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi National Tribal University in Madhya Pradesh from January 2014 to December 2019. He has been honored by both national and state governments for his contribution in the field of education. He is trained in tribal languages, culture, literature, music, art, and medicinal practices. It is my honor to invite Dr. T.V. Kuttimani to deliver his keynote address.
Please unmute your mic, sir.
So Dr. Ravi, please work with Dr. Kuttimani to resolve the technical issue. MCs, please move on to the next speaker. Vaishnavi, move on to the next speaker, please. Sai, move on to the next speaker.
Yes, okay. Our next speaker is Ms. Manoranjana Gupta. She is an accomplished
We need to skip her. Please go to the next one.
Okay.
Who's the next MC?
I'm pretty sure. Shakila Shamshu, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, correct.
So
Please.
Keshav.
Keshav, please introduce Professor Shakila.
Okay. So Dr. Shakila Shamsu's core areas cover education planning, policy making, teacher education, ICT-enabled learning, open and distance learning, and inclusive education. Her academic career spans over 39 years. She holds a PhD in education, PG diploma in distance education, and a degree in law. She is a gold medalist in the University of Mumbai for her master's degree. She has tour credit, a number of articles in international journals, and book contributions. Dr. Shamsu is a keynote speaker who has spoken in international and national conferences Let's have a warm welcome for Dr. Shakila Shamshu to deliver her insights in today's webinar.
Thank you, Dr. Hari and the Lead India Foundation of the USA, which promotes the ideals and the vision of our late former president, APJ Abdul Kalam, whom I hold a lot of respect as a visionary leader who has taken forward the idea of India, which would be equal for both rural and urban India. Am I audible, Dr. Hari?
Yes, sir. Yes, madam. You can continue.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Srinivas. I am grateful to Dr. Hari for having an illustrious set of speakers sharing their experiences from different countries, and also grateful to my former secretary, Dr. Subramaniam Reddy, who has been kind enough to acknowledge my contribution to the NEP 2020. It's been a long journey. For me, it has been a labor of love from January 2015, and it has seen almost 6 long years to actually come to fruition. And someone who's been associated with the policy and who can almost read out that policy as a book written by oneself, it's not so difficult. It is very difficult to summarize that in what is the purpose of this particular global webinar. The purpose of the webinar would have been to invite reactions on the NEP 2020. And it is indeed quite satisfying to know that globally also the NEP 2020 is being welcomed as a document which would transform the education landscape of our country. The running principle of NEP 2020 is to look at education in a single continuum and not to compartmentalize it into various sectors and subsectors. The key linchpin of the entire policy is the student. And it's not to speak in a cliche to say that it is learner-centric. We've been hearing that terminology for the last 15 years without having understood what it means to say it is learner-centric. Truly, the policy has kept the student at the center of the policy recommendation. At the same time, the key person who transforms the student to become a better learner and to have effective learning outcomes is the teacher. And central, therefore, to the theme of NEP and the criticality of the teacher and the teaching profession and the need to provide and empower the teacher becomes the second central theme of the NEP 2020. The third is the institution itself, which imparts the teaching learning and which tries to sort of create a knowledge society, empower students to become skilled manpower to meet with the challenges of the global economy. And that, therefore, is the institution of the schools or the higher education institutions or the research bodies and so on. The regulatory system also, if I may club them within the institutions, play a very important role in trying to actually provide for institutional autonomy. Now, all these have been taken into consideration while the NEP 2020 has been made. The fundamental principles, and I'll urge every one of you who might have read the document by now, to read the chapter on introduction, which lays the rationale for why NEP 2020 is a path-breaking policy true to meet the requirements of the 21st century education. All policies play the role for the period during which they exist. The last policy that this country has seen in 1986 was relevant to the times then, and it's therefore befitting that after 34 years, we have a policy which makes our children globally competitive to meet the challenges of not only a skilled workforce, but to have cutting-edge research, to become innovators, not just to become job seekers, but to become job creators. So if we have to do this kind of a policy, the existing structures, the existing methodologies, the existing curricular choices that they have were seeming to be not fitting to the scenario. And that is why the central principle that we followed is of flexibility. Flexibility in curricular choices, flexibility where we broke down the disciplinary barriers, and we said that the unique potentials and capability of every single child must be nurtured through an educational system which provides them an enabling environment to flourish, to flower, and to find learning as a joyful experience. Why is it that learning is seen as a burden? And I'm not talking about the burden of a school bag or the burden of a certain curricula that the student has to learn. It is the burden of meeting with certain pressures that this particular profession is considered good and that particular talent is not something to be recognized. So we broke in the principle of flexibility all the disciplinary barriers, both in school education and in higher education, to say that you will not have disciplinary barriers of curricular, extracurricular, co-curricular, arts, science, commerce, vocational, academic, sports, humanities. All these are unique to the individual's growth. And to become a holistic individual, you need to actually identify the potential of every single child. Someone spoke about assessment. And I think in the context of assessment, we have talked about tracking a child through a holistic report card so that at a very tender age, the child's strengths and weaknesses are understood, and accordingly, the teacher is geared to address the needs of that child. In that particular sense, the whole manner in which, if you have got to give them flexibility in the curricula, you have also got to see that the teaching learning process itself is one in which the child's creativity, the child's cognitive ability, the child's critical thinking, the child's spirit of inquiry, the child's other talents are all harnessed to the best. It is therefore very essential that the mindset with which a teacher has approached the teaching learning process gets totally turned on the head, a paradigm shift in which actually you move from teaching to nurturing learning. And that is why the learning levels and the learning outcomes of the children has been the focus of the chapter where we talked about the trying to the chapter 4 is the most critical one in the school education. And that chapter 4 is talking about a different pedagogical approach, the 5+3+3+4, with a very strong early childhood care education starting from age 3, based on playway method, coupled with the fact that we move from the foundational to the preparatory to the middle and the secondary stage with no physical restructuring of the schools, but only a curricular and pedagogical restructuring is the central theme of school education, with appropriate changes by providing flexibility in curricular choices, providing pedagogical changes, bringing about a transformation in the manner in which children would learn, and finally the assessment systems, which will focus not just on formative assessment, but also try to understand that the stress of high stakes board examinations are removed, less pressure on rote learning, and more assessment in terms of actually what the child has assimilated to apply that in real life situations. So in school education, we have talked about a shift taking place in this manner with due concerns to what Secretary of Social Justice and Empowerment has said, that India is committed to the Sustainable Development Goals of lifelong learning, and India is committed to the fact that if you have to have sustainable education, every single child, irrespective of his birth, place of birth, condition of his caste, community, gender, disability, will have an equal opportunity to participate in the educational system. And therefore, enormous importance has been given to inclusive education within the NEP 2020 by having 2 dedicated chapters on equity and inclusion, both with respect to school education and with respect to higher education. A similar set of recommendations that have come in NEP 2020 for higher education has talked about flexibility in the nature of choice of courses and the idea of multidisciplinarity, where a student will acquire credits through an academic bank of credit. A group of illustrious people who have spoken before me have already understood the spirit with which we are trying to promote multidisciplinary education at an undergraduate level with a very flexible modular approach of allowing a student to leave and rejoin in keeping with the concept of lifelong learning to adapt to the changing world of work. Because as we predict, we are not aware with artificial intelligence, big data, and augmented and virtual reality, what are the jobs that are going to be redundant at a very short notice of time. The dynamic changes that are taking place require the higher education to prepare students with the 21st century skills of being able to have good communication skills, collaborative learning, team spirit, critical thinking, and cognitive abilities, so that they are able, with a number of bouquet of courses that they do, to adapt that learning with having that to suit the new requirements of changing jobs that may take place. That luxury is not the current luxury that we have, where someone reads that I have been in the teaching line for 39 years, is not a luxury that our future generations have. And we would be doing a great disservice by bringing out a policy which does not address the needs of the 21st century learning requirements. To make the students competitive, it is equally important, and also our higher education institutions, it is equally important that they become competitive by nature. And that is why we have tried to say that institutions need to identify as autonomous bodies whether they would like to become research-intensive universities or teaching-intensive universities. And the most major reform in higher education, for those of you who are familiar with the Indian system, is the gradual phasing out of the affiliating system, which has done great damage to the higher education system in the country. But that phasing out of the affiliation system is not by letting loose the higher education institutions to fend for themselves, but through a very conscious process of hand-holding and mentorship of the institutions to reach certain quality assurance benchmarks, acquire accreditation, and then move on in a graded autonomy manner to become autonomous degree granting colleges over a long period of 15 years. A whole set of reforms have also been said with regard to teacher education. There are constraints of time, but I would like to focus on one single point of internationalization and the need why we need to actually make not only our faculty and students and institutions competitive, but also be able to collaborate, because knowledge society and the Industrial Revolution 4.0 requires all institutions to come together as one common goal, as late APJ Abdul Kalam has envisioned, that the world is a global village and we need to come together to actually achieve common goals so that there is a shared space for entire global societies to improve and become sustainable societies. In that spirit, internationalization, by allowing for institutional collaborations and allowing campuses of foreign universities to set up their own campuses within the country and vice versa, becomes extremely critical if we are to look at the 21st century educational needs of the country. I'd finally try to sort of end by saying that the governance of higher education institutions holds the key to ensuring that these reforms become achieved in a very coordinated manner, and therefore preparing teachers for academic leadership positions and making institutions enjoy autonomy in their own spaces by laying down their own ideals and objectives to be achieved, but doing it in a very pragmatic manner is very critical to the policy itself. And so I would urge to read through the institutional governance aspects. I don't think it would be very relevant to talk about the regulatory system that we have, but the fact that we have recognized the public and the private institutions as moving towards common goals of providing a better education system. At the same time, the policy emphasizing for a strong public education system and that education remains a public good, and therefore there has to be greater investment in the public education system is critical also to the policy. Finally, I would say that we are preparing our young graduates to reduce the disconnect between the world of education and the world of work. And that is why we have an internship program to be offered as a national internship program, which has already been announced by the Honorable Prime Minister, that all undergraduate students, irrespective, and since they are all going to be multidisciplinary and they will be doing a bouquet of courses, all undergraduate education will have internship where the student would get exposed to how they need to deal with the work scenario, rather than suddenly completing a degree where the student has been in a comfort zone, not at all aware of the challenges that the world of work, and therefore there is a seamless mobility, not only from education, but into the world of work. So the NEP 2020 is a path-breaking reform document, visionary document, grounded with pragmatism and expected to be implemented with the coordinated effort of all stakeholders, starting from the parents, for whom we envisage creating a module on how to deal with early childcare education when they are dealing with early childcare education in their homes, the students, the teachers, educational institutions, the central and the state governments coming together, each of them having to have a degree of preparedness. And like the former Secretary Subramaniam sir mentioned, prepare a kind of a development plan on how we will take this forward with what timelines. That is the critical part central to the NEP 2020. It is very heartening that the Government of India has approved such a major document with so many reforms. If it was itemized and split, the actionable points come out to nearly 350. So you can imagine the kind of work that is expected to be done in the coming, from the coming year onwards to a period of 15 years, with 4 curricular changes taking place at early childhood education, for school education, for teacher education, for adult education. And I need not talk about the emphasis of technology. I think it has already been touched upon by many speakers earlier. I think I would appreciate the efforts being made by Lead India Foundation to organize a webinar of this kind. And it gives me enormous satisfaction to have been invited for this webinar and to place before this illustrious panel what the NEP 2020, of which I have been associated since January 2020 till the current times, is trying to bring forward and take India to different level and achieve global heights, which will be received by the world in a very positive manner. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Shakila. It's wonderful to have you. I think we are blessed to have you, and India is blessed to have put you on that project as a convener to prepare this national educational policy, new education policy. I think all the points that you have touched are very relevant, and hope they get to be implemented in a smooth and nice transition way. So probably you may need to still, even you are done with that project, probably your engagement should be continuously there to see the fruits what you have created to reach the masses. Again, there's so many things that are part of this thing. Doing a POC, I'm sure you must have considered that in a mini scale before you scale up to the national level, and at every district level, probably you should have one model school set up with the model teachers well trained on this, use technology to the fullest, and preparation of these students' young minds. The world is looking for India's young minds as the new generation of working force, very young. This is the opportunity for India. Let's convert this adversity into an opportunity. COVID has really blessed India to really accelerate its growth, and they should really take care of it. I think there is for every bad thing, there's a good thing that comes of it. When small door closes, the big door opens. I think India has to wake up now. It's time. I think we have a right leadership at the center, and people like you, visionaries who really transformed, and Dr. Kalam laid out all of this in 2003, 2007 during his presidency. I think now we see the real fruits of it. I wish he stayed for one more time as a president. We would have really accelerated the country's growth, but nevertheless, it's not late. The environment is created in such a way India has no option but to grow. I think we are ready and we are ripe, and the leadership is working towards that with your kind of guidance. Thank you so much. MCs, let's introduce the next speaker.
1 minute.
Yes.
May I request you to permit me to ask one question to Shakila?
No, not now, sir. We are running late, sir. We will not later. Thank you very much. Yeah. Sorry, sir. So let's move on. MCs next.
Dr. Hari Krishna Maram is the Digital Brand Ambassador and Chairman of Vision Digital India and the founding chairman of Imperial College, which has just celebrated their 13th anniversary. He has worked in the fields of management and education management for over 26 years. He has served as the governing council member at the All India Management Association, vice president at the Association of Indian Management Schools, and is involved with the Lions Super Specialty Eye Hospital and Lions District Service Foundation. Additionally, he is the chief mentor of the great initiative Bangalore Green, which aims towards environmental conservation. He has received many awards throughout his lifetime, such as the prestigious Knighthood Award from the UK. Let's have a warm welcome for Dr. Hari Krishna Maram.
Thank you, Keshav, for that wonderful introduction. And I would like to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Hari, Lead India USA, for bringing me here to share a few thoughts on new education policy here. And definitely, it is the most difficult task to come as the last batsman in a cricket. So similarly here, after listening to a wonderful inputs from my previous speakers and also Srimati Shakila for giving entire information, thoughts on how the NEP is brought to people. And I think with the 34 years of gap, with the 3 MHRD ministers, starting from Smriti Irani to Prakash Javadekar to the new MHRD minister now named as Ministry of Education, Dr. Prakash. So this is all a kind of a new initiatives because the Indian education system is one of the largest education system in the world with consists of more than 1,040 universities and 49,000 colleges, closely around 9,85,000 schools with 35 crore students, that is 350 million students. So, and every conference and everywhere we talk about the demographic dividend of India, where we have more than 1.35 billion population. Among this population, again, we have highest number of youth. That is the advantage of India, where we call as demographic dividend. So 58% of our population consists of below 30 age. So there is a need of this kind of education policy for a young country like India, because today, if you talk about the kind of happenings and the new education policy is talking more, as my previous speakers were telling, as well as our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi was addressing yesterday, that this helps thinking process. So the thinking process of the people, because India is the second largest startup capital of the world. And this is, India is known as a Silicon Valley of the world now. So there are a huge number of startups in India, and there is a great ecosystem. And with these kind of things, and with so much the digital transformation is happening in this country, with more than 70% of the people are connected with the internet, where 90% of the people are connected with mobile phones. And recently, just a couple of days back, we celebrated 25 years of mobility that is the mobile phone usage in India. And there is a great, tremendous scope and opportunity in the edtech industry in India, as well as the e-commerce and technology move here. So I think there is a need of the large reforms in this education policy. So this education new policy is definitely addressing all these, whatever we are talking, whatever relevant areas we are talking. This is the main focus in the education policy. That's why on the day of releasing this, announcing this new education policy, I was talking with one of the TV channels. So I was telling about this education policy is talking more on providing digital skills. That is what exactly our organization, the Vision Digital India, we are doing. And from last a decade, we are talking about online education. We are talking about the digital education to large number of peoples across the country. But people are unable to understand what is the importance of online education and digital education. And now with just less than 5 months COVID pandemic situation in India, today, I think everyone is realized that there is a great need of technology initiatives in each institute, whether it is a primary or secondary or higher education to initiate. And this education policy also mainly focusing on these areas. So mainly talking about starting from artificial intelligence to robotics to analytics, digital marketing, and cloud computing. These are the main areas which the education policy is talking and focusing. So I think this is a great welcome move from the entire team who worked for this new education policy, from the HRD ministers to our Honorable Prime Minister to the policy makers, people like Mr. Subramaniam Reddy, the IAS, who was in charge during that time, and people like Shakila and the chairman of the drafting committee, Dr. Kasturi Rangan, Dr. M.K. Sridhar. I think they have taken a very valuable feedback from across the country, whether it is a rural or urban, from all the universities, from all the schools and colleges. And now they brought one of the finest policy, even though it is delayed. But now today we have a very strong educational roadmap for 1.35 billion people. I think with the coming days, with the goal of India reaching the 5 trillion economy by 2025, I think these new education policy will definitely enable, help to reach this goal. Even if we are not 2025, definitely we are going to reach somewhere within 1 year late, but definitely every Indian is confident of reaching these goals with the kind of initiatives which happening now in India, especially during this pandemic situation where 80% of the industries are panic, and so many countries' economy is in negative growth, where when the global economy of 100 trillion, there is a total 25% degrowth in this. So, but India is very positive with the kind of activities and initiatives which are happening here, the kind of new investments from different global companies which are coming to India, and also the main focus on the technology, the main focus on the research and development definitely will enable India to reach the 5 trillion economy, what we are dreaming. And this new education policy definitely is going to help. So these are my few views on this national education policy. Thank you very much once again, and looking forward for this kind of webinars for honoring the people's President, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I'm very happy to have associated with you. I appreciate all the good work you're doing. especially connecting with all the private higher education institutions. You've done an amazing job. Hopefully they all will cooperate with the new education policy and take all the necessary steps, infrastructure and whatever the preparation of the curriculum and everything. If it's a collaborative effort, as one of the speaker mentioned, private-public partnership and including the teachers and parents cooperation, especially this is a complex implementation India ever faced to reach every citizen of India. As you mentioned, 35 crore people, which is more than US population. So you're talking about, that's the numbers, and plus 2 parents, plus teachers. Imagine, it's about almost 50 crore people that you are touching with this project. Never happened in the history of India. Even during independence, we don't have that many people. So I think it's time, but it's an opportunity for India to seize this moment to modernize the education system and where the world looks to educate in India. So now with no further delay, Professor Kattimani's technical issues are resolved. Please, MCs, introduce Professor Kattimani one more time.
Dr. T.V. Kattimani completed his graduation in his mother tongue, Kannada, and his post-graduation in Hindi language and literature. He was taught in Karnataka University, Dharwad, and Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. He served as Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi National Tribal University in Madhya Pradesh from January 2014 to December 2019. He has been honored by both national and state governments for his contribution in the field of education. He is trained in tribal languages, culture, literature, music, art, and medicinal practices. It is my honor to invite Dr. T.V. Kattimani to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you, Sai. Namaskar, Dr. Hari Ipanapalli. Am I audible now? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Okay? Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. National education policy is very much spoken about equity and inclusion in higher education as well as primary education. It's talking about socio-economically disadvantaged groups too. See, it speaks about open up possibilities that can lift both individuals as well as communities out of the cycles of disadvantages, making quality primary education as well as higher education opportunities available to all, especially socially, economically disadvantaged communities. The dynamics and also many reasons for exclusion of ACDs from the education system are common across school and higher education sector also, because of poverty, inaccessibility, and everything. NEP approach to equity and inclusion are common across school and higher education. Furthermore, there must be continuing across the stages to ensure sustainable reform also. NEP speaks about certain facets of exclusion which are more intense in higher education. To address that, to include lack of knowledge of higher education opportunities, economic opportunities, cost of pursuing higher education, financial constraints, then admission processes. We have seen the admission processes, how it will be helpful at Amarkantak model, geographical and language barriers, poor employability, potential of many higher education programs, lack of appropriate student support mechanisms, additional actions for steps to be taken by government. Even NEP is talking about that. Earmark suitable government funds for the education of ACDGs, set clear target of higher education for GER, enhance gender balance in admission to HECs, establishment of quality, high quality higher education institutions, aspirational districts. We have 115 aspirational districts in the country, spread out in 28 states, special education zones. Higher education can teach in local and Indian languages also. Higher education institutions in Indian languages, and even bilingual, scholarships and fellowships to public as well as private students of institutions, outreach programs on higher education opportunities and scholarships, develop and support technology tools and for better participation and learning outcomes. See, about rural students and socially and economically deprived students also, NEP has spoken about that, talking about that. At the same time, education institutions who are established in rural areas, NEPs is talking about that, and even a group of institutions can work together to uplift the students, mitigate opportunity costs and fees for pursuing higher education, financial assistance and fellowships, conduct of outreach and opportunities and scholarships. For Delhi students or urban students, there is no problem about talking about conduct of outreach programs regarding opportunities and fellowships, scholarships. But in rural area, we should be we should do that. More inclusive admission processes also, make curriculum more inclusive. Develop degree courses in Indian languages and bilingual system also. At the same time, buildings and facilities are wheelchair accessible and disabled friendly too. Bridge courses for students that come from disadvantaged educational backgrounds. Socio-emotional academic support and mentoring all such students through suitable counseling too. Mentoring programs, sensitization of faculty, counselors, and students on gender identity issue, even to include in curriculum also. Enforce no discrimination and anti-harassment rules in the institutions. Develop institutional development plans that contain specific plans for action on increasing participation from socio-economically disadvantaged groups. From SEDGs, including but not limited to the above items, even in primary section. Thank you very much. Sorry for interruption. Thank you.
No, not at all, sir. Thank you. Don't feel sorry for it. And we all go through it. And there are a lot of rains happening in India, we can understand. And some of our live show also got interrupted because of the internet connectivity. But this is the real life. And that's what we are trying to solve, to educate people and through internet and make sure that the bandwidth is enough in India. I think 5G is coming. That should not be a problem. It will increase the speed and the capacity, and the latency is less than 1 millisecond. So I think we will be approaching a real life situation. But sincerely appreciate your involvement even after your retirement as the Vice Chancellor. So you took the role to be part of this new education policy draft. And we are blessed to have you here for sharing your insights, and we'll continue to be in touch. Anything that Lead India Foundation can do, we are already in touch with the minister, but we will be happy to include all the proceedings, and that can help in the implementation plan, as Dr. Reddy Subramaniam mentioned. That is the main essence. The focus next is to how do we implement this? How do we make sure that it reaches the nook and corner of India? As Dr. Maram said, 35 crore people, which is a very, very mind-boggling number in a crowded space. And on top of it, our education system should evolve in such a way the world people come and educate in India. That's the next thing that we need to look into while educating our own people. I think we should be provide the direction to the world now. It's an opportunity for India to rise to that occasion, and we have the brains to do it. And with your kind of support and guidance, I'm sure we can do it. With further no delay, we have our co-host from JNTU Hyderabad, Rector A. Govardhan. MCs, please invite Govardhan, sir.
Yes. Professor A. Govardhan has over 24 years of teaching and research experience. He is a professor of computer science of engineering and the Pro Vice Chancellor and Executive Council member at Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, where he is currently serving as rector. He has earned an engineering degree from Osmania University and completed his PhD at JNTU. Professor Govardhan has earned 31 international and national awards for his work in computer science. A significant one to mention is the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Excellency Award to recognize his valuable research contributions. It's my honor and privilege to invite Professor A. Govardhan as the co-host of this webinar.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests and invitees, the host, Dr. Hari Appanapalli, other distinguished speakers, Sri Reddy Subramaniam Garu IAS, who is our senior from APRJC Nagarjuna Sagar. Happy to see him here. And Dr. Shakila Shamsu, who is also the OSD from National Education Policy, main convener for the policy making, and Professor Srinivas Kumar Garu, Honorable Vice Chancellor from JNTU Anantapur, Dr. Ravi Ayagari, the other distinguished international speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Very good evening to you all. It's indeed a wonderful occasion to see the celebration of Indian education, a complete revamp, to see the total landscape is changed, particularly in the school, primary, secondary, and higher education. And as all the speakers spoke about, the various facets and dimensions of the National Education Policy 2020, which is, moved around the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of, in the transformation of our world, which includes the no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace and just strong institutions, and the partnerships to achieve all these goals. And the whole National Education Policy 2020 moves around this, and all the speakers have shared their experience and expertise in those lines towards building the holistic education, which includes the 9 important types of the quotients which the world is talking about in the modern era of education, like adversity quotient, business quotient, creativity quotient, entertainment quotient, emotional quotient, intelligence quotient, job quotient, management quotient, and spiritual quotient. So all the speakers have shared their expertise, their knowledge in all the dimensions of the national education policy. And as rightly mentioned by all the speakers, we have the policy framed now. And yesterday also Honorable Prime Minister of India and HRD Minister, other important speakers, and also the people who led this entire education policy, like Dr. Kasturi Rangan led team, have shared their experiences and the whole philosophy behind this framing national education policy. And it is the summary of this meeting will definitely recommend for the understanding of the whole philosophy of national education policy, and look at all the dimensions and facets of this NEP 2020. So we'll have to take it to all stakeholders first, and to see that they understand its entire spirit. And second thing is to see that how we go about it, how we are going to implement that in different phases, and then what are the other requirements which are to be developed in those lines. And this draft also includes all these principles in terms of its implementation, like implementation of the spirit and intent of the policy will be the most critical matter. And it is important to implement the policy initiatives in a phased manner, as each policy point has several steps, each of which requires the previous steps to be implemented successfully. And prioritization will be important in ensuring optimal sequencing of policy points, and that the most critical and urgent actions are taken up first, thereby enabling a strong base. And comprehensive implementation will be the key, as this policy is interconnected and holistic. Only a full-fledged implementation and not a piecemeal one will ensure that the desired objectives are achieved. Since the education is a concurrent subject, it will need careful planning, joint monitoring, and collaborative implementation between the center and states, and timely infusion of requisite resources like human, infrastructural, and financial at the central and state levels will be the crucial for the satisfactory execution of this policy. And careful analysis and review of the linkages between the multiple parallel implementation steps will be necessary in order to ensure effective retailing of all initiatives. This will also include early investment in some of these specific actions, such as setting up of early childhood care and education infrastructure that will be imperative to ensuring a strong base and a smooth progression for all subsequent programs and actions. So I'm sure there would be a yearly joint reviews of the progress of implementation of the policy in accordance with the target sets for each action will be conducted by designated teams constituted by MHRD and also the states, and reviews will also be shared with the CAB. In the decade of 2030, 40, after 10 years, the entire policy will be in an operational mode, following which another comprehensive review will be undertaken. So in the context, I am once again reminded of a child comes out of a graduate and cries saying that I was born pure and intelligent. I was born pure and intelligent. Education spoiled me. I'm sure this National Education Policy 2020 will ensure the child inside everybody that I was born pure and intelligent, and education made me more pure and more intelligent. I'm sure all the speakers have shared their wonderful experience and expertise, and I thank each and every speaker from bottom of my heart. And I'm sure all of us would get connected through this kind of debates and discussions to see that the entire globe becomes a holistic globe, and each individual has got a purpose on this earth. That would be fulfilling experience. Thank you so much for all of you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being the co-host and a wonderful message. And I'm sure you will be part of this implementation. And I'm proud to be part of JNTU alumni, and hosting this event with you is a great honor, sir. Appreciate it. So now we have the next, we are trying to wrap up this session, but we're still waiting for the minister. He's still with the Prime Minister. So I'm waiting, I'm constantly messaging with them. So I would like to invite next our co-host, Professor S. Srinivas Kumar, Vice Chancellor of JNTU Anantapur. Just spend a couple of minutes to thank all the speakers today. Sir, unmute and get answer.
Thank you, Professor Hari Pinapalli, for giving me the opportunity. Indeed, it's an opportunity for us to have a good discussion in the national education policy, which is a very important topic in the Indian context. And the COVID-19 is a very big crisis to the entire country. In such a crisis, and projecting or inaugurating the National Education Policy 2020 by the Honorable Prime Minister is an excellent job done. That is, every crisis can be considered an opportunity for the development. That is what he has proved once again. Indeed, we are very happy for the government move to announce the new education policy 2020. The inaugural keynote speaker, Dr. Achyutam Samanta, has nicely presented about his views, how well the National Education Policy 2020 can be used for the development of the country, in particular the education system. Education system is the backbone for the development of the country. And in such a scenario, how the education system can be changed by the present National Education Policy 2020, in particular both in the school education as well as the higher education, he has presented well by his keynote address. Professor Reddy Subramanian and Professor Shakila Madam, I met him sometimes back in Delhi, and they are really excellent people, both of them. And heartfully, I thank Dr. Hari Pinapalli for inviting both of them to be in this particular webinar. They are wonderfully performed during their tenure at MHRD. Heartfully, I thank Professor Reddy Subramanian Garu as well as Shakila Madam, who have wonderfully performed and they have executed their duties so nicely. Today, whatever the national education policy that has come, there is a major role that has been given by both Reddy Subramanian Garu as well as Shakila Madam. And heartfully, it happened to meet several times Kasturi Ranganji as well as Dr. Sridhar and Dr. Ramachandran and Dr. Anurag Behar. And these are the people, and Dr. Katimani, these are the people who have performed very well in drafting the national education policy. And recently we have organized a Technical University Vice Chancellor Conclave at Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur. During that time, Professor Ramchandra has come to JNTU Anantapur. He explained what the national education policy and what the ideas behind in drafting the national education policy 2020. Heartfully, we thank Reddy Subramanian Garu and as well as Shakila Madam for giving the necessary inputs. And their presence has elevated the status of this particular webinar. And Dr. Professor Govardhan, and he is my good friend, he's a young boy, and really he is going to be a new leader for the national, for the Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Hyderabad. Heartfully, I congratulate him for his nice words. And many distinguished speakers are there. And Professor Karsidappa, he is a Visvesvaraya Technological University Vice Chancellor. And he has detailed discussion about the national education policy. Indeed, has provided good insight, and heartfully we thank him, sir. And Professor Mauritius and Professor Ruchi Diana and Professor TV Katimani and many other distinguished speakers who are reputed internationally. They have provided excellent insight into the national education policy 2020. I'm sure that there are many implementation challenges out there, and many implementation challenges. But I'll take some other time to discuss with a positive thinking, with in particular with Reddy Subramanian Garu, with Shakila Madam. I'll try to find the opportunity and to discuss with them as a Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur, and also as a person who is involved in the academics for the last 34 years, both in Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Kakinada, as well as at Anantapur. And I would like to discuss in particular the technical education, how the technical education can be changed in view of this national education policy to tune to the requirements of the nation. How well we can make it as so far we are interested in a interdisciplinary approach. Now this national education policy is trying to plan for an interdisciplinary approach and a multidisciplinary approach in the education system. And that is a wonderful thing. Definitely it is acceptable. And I invite it. But still, how well this can be, the curriculum is to be designed. That's really a challenging task. And that challenging task, how well we can win in this country, that is what we have to think about. And definitely, I'm sure that India will be a developing country and it will be a developed country. And I'm sure in future will provide a good education, and the development of the country depends upon the quality of the citizens, and the quality of the citizens depends on the quality of the education, and the quality of the education depends upon the quality of the teachers, and the quality of the teachers depends upon the quality of the teacher education. Thereby the teacher education is also given to be emphasis. And I'm sure 3 crores of the teachers as per the requirement are required. They should be trained well, and they should be provided good knowledge, skill set, as well as a value-based system. Already Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur, we have introduced not only the curriculum, and also we have created a platform to provide the necessary skill sets. A skilled students should come out of the institution. And also we started a new course, that's a universal human values, as a part of our curriculum. As a part of our curriculum, we are giving 2 credits for the universal human values and professional ethics. And thereby the knowledge, skill set, human values are equally important. How well we can do it with a multidisciplinary approach, with an interdisciplinary approach. That is what we have to think. I'm sure that we will succeed in implementing the national education policy. And we are very heartfully thank Hari Panapalli ji for conducting such a nice event. And he is a philanthropist, and heartfully we thank Dr. Hari Panapalli. Would like to see many such collaborations in future too, to see that many occasions of this sort should come, and we should discuss at length in future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again to all.
Thank you very much, sir. You covered a lot more than I expected you to cover, but I appreciate it. So now our next co-host is Dr. Karisiddappa, is the Vice Chancellor of the Visvesvaraya Technology University. Please turn on your speaker and say a few words, sir. Most of the things are covered, but you could thank time. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, I think a very good takeaway from this webinar. And also, we are blessed to be under this foundation, which is named after former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Memorial Global Webinar. In short, I think India is gearing up to implement the kind of administration and the leaders we have at the center and various state governments. India is going to implement this policy with micro level planning and very good IDPs at various levels. And webinars like this will continue to inspire and also make more meaningful discussions to prepare implementation plans from school level to the higher education institution level. So let me thank all the chief guests and guest speakers and supporting organizations, media partners, and also the co-host and Visvesvaraya Technological University, Belagavi, Karnataka, India is one of the largest technological universities with more than 220 engineering colleges under its umbrella. I think we were very fortunate to be co-host of this webinar, and on behalf of all my faculty and authorities and my colleagues, I wish to place on my sincere thanks to Dr. Hari. I think Dr. Hari's opinion on the university and also his constant perseverance and also constant instruction given to me and my team to organize this global webinar along with Professor Srinivas Kumar, Vice Chancellor of JNTU and JNTU Hyderabad. I think we were blessed to have this kind of association, sir. I think this kind of association will continue, and with the kind of thinking and definitely with kind of views expressed by the various speakers from across the globe. Definitely India will have its own education model which is acceptable globally, and definitely India will be an education destination for all global students. And thank you very much, sir. I also thank all the MCs who are so wonderful, and the entire team of Dr. Hari sir. And once again, on behalf of my university, I personally thank Dr. Hari and all the participants of this program from various countries and also various friends from India, and especially from Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, this part of India. And it was very wonderful. I think we have had a very meaningful discussion, and definitely this will help us in our micro level planning to implement the new national education policy with full spirit and content so that we achieve something best in the days to come. Thank you very much, sir. Personally, I thank Hari sir and his team.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to get to know you in a short period of time, but it's amazing. Between our three co-hosts, just for the viewer's sake, JNTU Hyderabad has got 230 colleges. Anantapur has got over 160 colleges. And Sir Karisiddappa just mentioned it's about 200 plus. So we are about close to 600 colleges attending today with their students, and imagine the number of faculty, staff, and students watching this show today with these three luminaries leading that effort. It's amazing to have collaborated with, I think Dr. Kalam, one of the things he told me was collaborate with the like-minded organizations to put this mission forward. So he's an amazing person, and I'm glad to have worked with him. Thank you for joining us today. It's an amazing day, especially for India to shine through this education. Knowledge is the power. And I think we have an opportunity to do that. So now the minister just sent me a message. He is still in a meeting with the Prime Minister, Dr. Kasturi Rangan and Dr. Vijay Raghavan. So he said, "Dear Dr. Hari Ipanapaliji, I feel sorry that I missed the opportunity today to address an extremely knowledgeable audience. please convey my regret to all those who are present today. In fact, I wanted to talk about the new education policy of our government, which is actually as per the vision. Sir, can you go on mute, sir? Dr. Hari Krishna Maram. Technical team, please put Dr. Hari Krishna Maram on mute. So, can you make me on the screen? Okay. So thank you very much again. I just wanted to convey this message of the minister. Actually, as per the, let me read this again one more time. So this is the message from technical team. Can you put on the speaker mode, please? Dr. Srinivas Kumar, can you go on mute? KCR, Lalesh. Okay, let me continue. So this is a message from our Honorable Minister for Education. Dear Dr. Hari Ipnapalli, I feel sorry that I missed the opportunity today to address an extremely knowledgeable audience. Please convey my regret to all those who present today. In fact, I wanted to talk about the new education policy of our government, which is actually as per the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, who has always wanted to bring about major reforms in the Indian education system. While writing this, I am sitting with Shri Kasturi Rangan ji, the Chief Architect of the new education policy, and with Shri Vijay Raghavan, who is Principal Scientific Advisor to Honorable Minister. We are now in the process of working out the nitty-gritty details of the implementation of the new education policy. As this high-level committee meeting has not ended yet, I may request you to arrange the webinar in one more time for me with the same enlightened audience so that I can make up for today. I assure you that the new education policy will enthrall each one of you as well as people across the world, because it is not old wine in a new bottle, but a completely new and innovative policy focused on vocational innovation, scientific, digital, experimental, holistic, granting a new lease of life to our new generations and at par with the best in the world. Many, many thanks for bearing with me today. My best regards to all the participants. Thank you so much. This is the message the Honorable Minister has conveyed. He regrets because he is really, really working out the details of the new education policy as we speak, and sitting with Dr. Kasturi Rangan and Dr. Vijay Raghavan and other committee members. So I would like to again, one more time, thank everybody. So we have extended the event by 1 hour because I didn't want to interrupt the speakers when they are really talking about the meaningful subjects that is relevant to this topic. Every speaker that we selected today has a unique ability to contribute and offer a constructive feedback to implement in a meaningful way the new education policy Government of India has come up with. This has been done. It's a bold step by the Honorable Prime Minister and the Education Minister and all the people who worked behind it. After 34 years, they made one attempt. And this attempt will truly mark history in the world because India has the knowledge, India has the manpower, and COVID has enlightened us how we could unleash this knowledge. There are a pool of people, especially take, for example, IITs. If you take any of the top 20 companies, the CEOs, chairmen are graduates of IITs, and that is the cream of India. And if with only like a 15% of the people going to higher education, imagine if we raise that to 25% or 50%, how India will shine. So this is the moment that we have to seize, and the world is looking for our knowledge pool. It's not what we earn, but it's what we can make a difference in this world. And I was one of the keynote speaker when Dr. Kalam was a chief guest in Hyderabad. And in that session, I mentioned the person who gives the most should be the richest, not the person who accumulates the most. And knowledge is such that there is a nachora haryam, nacha raja haryam, na bhratrubhajyam, nacha bharakari, vyaye krute vardata eva nityam, vidyadhanam sarvadhana pradhanam. So every like the thieves cannot steal this, and rajas cannot come and take it away. And as you spend this knowledge, and this is the only one grows, and you will be respected no matter where you go when you have the knowledge. You are invited today. We invited all of you because of your knowledge, not because I do not know how much bank balance you have, how many acres of land you have. I do not know, but I know that you have the wealth of knowledge and you have the courage to make a difference in this world. I think that's the reason we invited you all. And Dr. Kalam believed strongly in knowledge. And his dream was to create as many Bharat Ratnas as possible. And the Lead India Foundation is very much committed to collaborate with all of you to see, even we need at least few of the Bharat Ratnas like Dr. Kalam to make a true difference in this world. I think somebody was mentioning a couple of days ago, 3 people like Kalam can transform India, and 33 people like Kalam can transform the whole world. I think it's time. All the 33 could be coming from India because of the new education policy. I think your dedication and commitment and wisdom, all the experiences combined together, the kind of people we have drafting in this new education policy. And we are very fortunate to have some of those people, Dr. Katimani and Dr. Shakila, who really made this happen. And Dr. Reddy Subramaniam, whom I met in person, amazing person. He's so humble, yet he delivers. And he was accessible. I met him on the January 24th, 2 years ago, and he was busy with the Republic Day celebrations. He said, Hariji, I'm busy, but for you, please stop by at 4:30 p.m. And I went there, and he was very kind to spend half an hour, but that made a difference. And he implemented the Swayam Prabha. And I'm on the board of JNTU Hyderabad, and one of the meetings I was mentioning, every professor should publish at least one course on the Swayam platform. So that can truly go a long way, because the people who do not have access or the ability to go into a college or school, they have internet everywhere, they have smartphones everywhere, they can access this. I think that is what we have to cultivate. Professors don't do this as a job, but do with passion. And you are the one going to transform and mold this next generation into responsible citizens who can truly preserve and protect this planet for future generations and bring peace and harmony into the society. Enlightened souls are the one which will truly transform this world. I think you are the power, as all the professors are here, and you can take charge and constantly have some motivational, inspirational lectures with your faculty so that they don't get distracted. I'm sure each one of us are having our own family life and other personal issues. But when it comes to delivering things, we need to stay focused because the impact is huge. And we need to prepare not just the technocrats, bureaucrats, but we need to prepare leaders also. I think there has to be emphasis in the Indian education system, morals and ethics, and also politics. There has to be a strong emphasis on how do we generate a meaningful leadership that can drive these initiatives with an open and broad mind, and inclusive leadership. That's what we need. Today, what is happening is if one person is growing and the other person is trying to chop them off, I think that is what is happening. They don't realize that if I can grow with them, I can also grow, or you can compete with him to be better than him. Take that as in a positive way rather than putting in a negative way and investing your time and putting that other guy down rather than investing in your own to grow. I think this kind of mindset, there has to be a lot more different courses to offer the life skills, how to be human being. Most of our problems in this society are because we're drifting away from nature. I'll tell you one small example. If you watch very closely, the vegetarian animals, they drink water like human beings with the lips. Just pay attention to next time when you see a cow or a buffalo drinking water, and see also a cat, a dog, or a tiger, or a lion drinking water. So they lick with the tongue the water, whereas the vegetarian animals drinks with the lips like we do. So our body is made to be vegetarian as human beings, but we are not using it properly. We are putting like a diesel in a petrol car, and that's the reason we are having a lot of these health issues. I think simple concept, sinking in living in harmony with the nature will address a lot of problems. And COVID is one of the classic examples of that. And that is, it is good, very amazing to see. We are telling people to wash hands, right? And COVID is making us to do that, but it is supposed to be part and parcel of our daily living, daily life. I think these are the simple things. I don't want to take too much of your time. It is already 1:02 p.m., but wonderful to meet all of you. And I would like to wholeheartedly thank the entire panel of speakers. They have amazing background, amazing commitment, and especially the speakers who came from various other countries who are passionate about our country. They're looking forward to see India grow, and they want to offer their help voluntarily. For example, Professor Manuel from Spain, he volunteered to be the chairperson for drafting the proceedings of the webinars. And he came out of himself, and I really appreciate. And Professor Govardhan, also from JNTU, he created this higher education proceedings committee, Professor Srinivas Kumar, and recently acquaintance to Dr. Karisiddappa, and various other speakers, Dr. Reddy Subramaniam. So I can go on and name every person, which is already covered by our co-host, Professor Srinivas Kumar. I don't want to repeat again, but I'm very grateful to have acquainted with you, and I will continue to work with you. And this is the dream Dr. Kalam wanted to realize, and he wanted to see this happening. And I'm very happy to see that during my interactions, these are the kind of things Dr. Kalam mentioned. My last meeting with Dr. Kalam was on December 30th, 2014 in Delhi around 9 p.m. And he wanted me to host a seminar in US in association with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And he wanted to come and inaugurate that session. Unfortunately, he passed away, but we still went ahead and did that session on October 17, 2015. So he mentioned, Hariji, let's provide affordable quality healthcare to keep India healthy, affordable quality education to keep India educated, preserve and protect this planet for future generations, and let's bring some peace and harmony by developing spiritual families. So these are the 4 founding pillars of the Lead India movement, and Lead India Foundation is very much committed with all of your support to move Dr. Kalam's vision and mission forward. And he is up there watching all of us and blessing all of us, inspiring all of us to do what is needed for this world, not just for India. I think it's an opportunity for India to rise, to fill the gap of all the issues of the world. And we have the manpower. By 2027, it is projected that India will cross Chinese population. So we need to equip ourselves to support our growth in terms of population, as well as take the responsibility of feeding the world in terms of knowledge and manpower. I think it is going to happen. And this is the dream I want to see in my lifetime. And I'm glad to see that it is happening with all of your continued support and guidance. May God bless you all. Please take care of yourself. Be safe. You are needed to the world more than you are needed to yourself. Please, this is important moment. The corona is not sparing anybody, irrespective of what is their status and all the resources they have. So only way it is stay away from it and be careful in every interaction that you do. And hopefully this will end. But now time to all of your creative brains to think, how do we prevent from future pandemics? How do we prepare ourselves? How do we prepare our people to take precautions? And also, if such thing strikes again, how do we address it? How before it spreads? Let's do some preventive care. Let's think of doing some genetics, think of doing a lot of data analytics, think of coming up with a natural way of handling these things, immunity boosters. So Lead India, what we are doing is for every webinar, there's a registration process. So we have totally close to the 50,000 people registered on our website, and we are reaching out to them to volunteer. We are providing an orientation training for how do we protect yourself and how do we protect your family and friends from COVID. And we are also partnering with several other homeopathy and naturopathy and Ayurvedic doctors who are prepared immunity boosting kit that can be given to each person. Dr. Ashok from Warangal actually is supposed to be on the call because of the number of speakers. I wanted to push him to the next week. And there's another doctor from Bangalore also volunteered. So many people are coming forward to offer their time, talent, and training to continue to protect our society and our people. So we will work with you and continue to stay in touch. And I will take leave now. Thank you so much. Wonderful to meet
Thank
you
you, sir.
all. Have a good evening, good night, good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.